Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Ian Mann, and I'm joined on the panel today with Ms. Linda Schultz via Zoom and Mr. Richard Whitbread via Zoom. Secretary today is Mrs. Crystal Harlan, and the assessor is Mr. Kem Wong. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today, and the session will close after all the applications have been heard. The Board will then deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the Board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 7 on our docket today. Mrs. Harlan, will you please affirm both the assessor and the applicant's testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Assessor, would you please state your full name?
Kem Wong.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, would you please state your full name?
Rocky Neufeld.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Then we will turn to the first matter on the docket. That is the street address of 525 Cathcart. I note from the agenda that there are 3 issues to be resolved at this hearing. That's liability to taxation, amount of assessed value, and classification of property. Is that correct, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Then Mr. Wong, if you can please turn to number 1 on the list, 525 Cathcart, introduce the property and provide your evidence and your brief to the panel.
Okay, the subject property is 525 Cathcart. The file number is 24-3487. The roll number is 010-008-48000. The roll year is 2025. The assessed value for the 40 exempt portion is 658,000. The value for the 40 school tax exempt portion is 4,172,000, and the assessed value for the 40 taxable portion is 1,696,000, for a total of 6,526,000. This is a residential multi-use property. It was built in 1973, but there was an addition in 2010. It has 100 suites and it has 86 outdoor parking stalls. On page 2 is a picture of the subject property with its location. I believe the middle portion there, the middle section, is the addition that was built in 2010, and the other 2 on both sides are the buildings that were built in 1973. So on page 4 is just some information on the subject property, where the property is the chalet is for persons 55 years of age and and over. So see, this is a senior home or a 55 plus home. They don't typically operate on a for-profit basis, or they're not super representative of markets. So we will be looking to the market to try to value the property. If you go to page 6. For the apartment portion, we used average rents of $581. To get a potential income of 697,000. We have a 3.4% vacancy. To get an effective gross income of 673,000, and we have a 51% expense ratio to get a net operating income of 329,000. Capped at 5.25%. The estimated market value is 6,283,000. But you can see there's a negative adjustment to remove some land from the apartment valuation, as a portion of the land is taxable because it is above the 2-acre exemption limit. So after the $2 million adjustment, the estimated value for the apartment is 4,173,000 or 772,000. And that works out to about 41,000 per unit, which is it's definitely below the market in terms of what market apartment units would typically sell for. But for the 40T portion, the left column, the estimated value for the land that is in excess of the 2-acre exemption amount is 1,696,000, and for the 40 exempt portion, the estimated net operating income is 37,000, capped at 5.75%. The estimated value is 658,000. On page 7 is some information on the rental rates that were applied for to the subject property. Once again, it's $581 per unit for the apartment and $14.78 for the storage warehouse, or there's a daycare in there, and I guess we classified it as a storage warehouse, but the rate is $14.78. On page 8 are some rent comparables showing that the rents that have been applied in this case is below market. You can see the model rates are $581 and market rates might be 700 or might range from about 600 to about $800. On the bottom of page 8 are some market rents according to CMHC. The amount of rent potential using CMHC market rents would be about 1,225,000 as compared to the model's estimated operating income, or sorry, estimated market rent at 697,000 for their rent potential. So basically, the CMHC rent is about 75% higher than what the model has applied. And so we've looked at this as a apartment building that is achieving rents that are significantly below what a market rent might be. And we've done this to reflect the 55 plus nature of this property. On page 9 are some comparable leases that range from $12 to $17. to support the model's applied rate of $14. And on page 10 is the land valuation for the taxable land portion. So you can see on the top of page 10, the taxable portion has a land value of $1,696,000 and has a net rate of $14 a square foot. On the bottom of page 10 are some land comparables that range from $19 to $27 a square foot. So I feel that the rate that the model is applied at $14 is well supported by the market. And on page 11 is a comparable sale. The comparable sale is of a 55 plus property that sold for about $95 a square foot. And this supports the subject's assessed value at $60 a square foot. And so on page 12 are is information on how we derived our cap rates, with the majority of the cap rates falling between 4.75% and 5.45%, with some falling below 4.75 and some falling above 5.45. On page 13 are some comparable or are some cap rate sales that range from 3.46% to 5.74%. The cap rate calculations were based off of stabilizing 3 years of income statements prior to the year of the sale. On page 15 is the CMHC market rent report. Page 15 to 18 is the income statement supplied by the owner. So you can see that on page 18, they do have a meal program, and they do have a WRHA operating grant, and they do have meal program expenses. So I don't feel using these income and expenses would be very representative of market. So I feel that's why we've looked to the market and to try to value this property. On page 19 is the construction permit that was taken out in 2009. The total construction costs for the total project value was $2,708,000. On page 20 are sections of the Municipal Assessment Act where the subject property falls under, and so we do feel that it is correctly classified, and the liability for the property is correct. The daycare section is exempt, and the residential portion is for the elderly and infirmed. in which case they qualify for the school tax exemption, and which in turn makes them institutional. So to conclude, the subject property is a 55 plus property, and so to use their income and expenses, which include grants and meals, I don't feel it would result in a very accurate representation of market value. So we've looked at this as if it was a below average apartment building using rents that are noticeably below market and expenses that are a little bit higher than market. So when we look to the market to try to value this property, the model rents are well supported by by market rents and by CMHC market rents, and the model cap rate is supported by some of the cap rate sales that I've shown. The commercial rates applied for the land value are supported by comparable sales of similar land parcels. And the overall assessed value is supported by the comparable sale of a senior living property. So when you look at the final the total assessed value, it is reasonable and it's supported by comparable sales. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $6,526,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, I do. On the, sorry, I just want to get to the right page here. The valuation is on page 6. Was this all prepared by the model?
I believe so, yes.
And that including the land allocation?
Yes.
You see on page 6, you have two figures for land, a negative and a positive, 1,696,000, 2,112. They add up to 3,808,000. That sound right?
Maybe, yep.
On page 10, your total value of the land is actually 3,538,000, which is a difference of $270,000 to the detriment of the taxpayer. Can you explain that?
I guess on page 10, you can see how the land
You've used different ratios in some way, have you not? And a different gross amount? If you don't have an answer for it, that's fine. We can move on.
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
Okay.
I don't have an answer for it, just the,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I mean,
I don't,
we'd like to, but it's obvious that there is a mistake there somewhere, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's
But
fine.
that's the adjustment that was taken out for the apartment value so that we don't double count the value that is being taxed, the land
Right,
the
now
taxable land portion.
on that issue, I'm going back to page 6. You've got a classification of storage warehouse. Is this for the daycare?
I believe it is.
That isn't the correct class, is it?
It does not appear to be.
And what does daycare normally fall under as a class?
As I'm not. I'm not actually sure about the classification, but it is exempt.
Well, I
It's
understand
primarily-
that, but
it would be 40. Like in this case, like if on my page 21, the classification of property known as institutional consists of the following: land and buildings or any portion of the land buildings that are exempt from taxation under section 22(1) B1 to L, which includes K. And so basically, if it's exempt under section 22(1)K, then it is considered institutional. So it would be 40 exempt.
right, but that's not my question. My question was, in the assessment department parameters, you have codes, and the apartment is another code. Daycare, what code should that be under? You've got it storage warehouse. It's not that. Would it be office or retail?
It could be well, either, I think either or.
Okay. And in that regard, you made an adjustment for the land allocation for the apartment being because their land is included in their income. Why did you not make a similar adjustment for the daycare portion? Don't they occupy land?
I'm not sure. I guess it is possible it could be included in the adjustment for the apartment.
Okay. And this would be an additional amount of value, not this doesn't correct your error, the error in the model. This is more taken off, correct?
Potentially, or it could be, like I said, included in the adjustment
Okay.
of the 2,112,000.
In your remarks, you said something about looking to the market for valuing the apartment portion. Can you give us your definition of market value?
I guess what a prudent a seller and a prudent buyer would purchase a property for.
Right. Now, in that definition of market value, did you consider what's called the public restrictions on ownership?
No.
Now, one of those public restrictions on ownership is called police power, which, make a long story short, it includes zoning ordinances, use restrictions, building codes, etc. Did you consider the registered use restrictions on the property?
No, we valued the fee simple rights to the property.
You are aware that this is part of the fee simple definition, what I just read? You don't, be fee simple is as though unencumbered, with the exception of the 4 I just read. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, we valued as if it was unencumbered.
But you can't, that definition of fee simple does not include taxation, expropriation, police power, or escheat, which are the 4 public restrictions. Are you aware of that?
No.
Does the Municipal Assessment Act in any place whatsoever direct you to use fee simple?
I'm not sure.
Well, we've all got a copy of it, and imagine the board has a handout, you have a handout on it. Is it stated in any place in that act, the words fee simple?
I'm not sure, but
It
we
is,
are
it
we
does
are
not.
mandated to provide a fair market valuation of all the properties in Winnipeg.
Okay, but fair market value, you understand, is not, do you understand it's not the same as fee simple?
I mean, if you want to provide this in your evidence, I think you can.
I don't, sorry,
This is the value that we've provided.
this is grounds we've been over for a few years, and we've had this debate in the past. I don't know with you. And I would imagine the board may have only be hearing this for the first time, but this is not evidence. This is, these are the law. So I'm wondering what you don't read law into evidence. The law is the law. Municipal Assessment Act is the law. You mentioned fair market value. Do you know what case law calls fair market value?
No.
Okay, well, you kind of said it right in the beginning. Willing seller, willing buyer sort of stuff. Would not a buyer consider the use restrictions on this property were he to consider purchasing it?
I'm not really too sure. I'm just saying that if someone were to purchase this property, it would be purchased for its highest and best use. And if it was if the highest and best use was something other than what it was as considered a senior care home, it would be probably purchased as such.
Would not a purchaser consider the postponement of rights under registration 1446676, which means that the owner is obligated to give land to the city if and when Cathcart gets a right turn onto Grant?
I'm not sure. I don't believe
Again,
that.
Mr. Neufeld, you're asking Mr. Wong to speculate on what the potential purchaser may do. I understand the direction your questions are going, but I think Mr. Wong has answered that to the best of his ability. Certainly, that will be open to you to deal with in
Right.
when you
No, and
provide this.
I understand, and in part, I guess my purpose here isn't so much to elicit to read this into the evidence, but I just wanted to find out if Mr. Wong was aware that there's a caveat on the property to turn land over to the city.
Yeah, if you can present that.
That's
I haven't
fair.
presented that. If you can present
Okay.
that, you can.
And did you read the zoning agreement, the original zoning agreement under caveat 1327907? I have
No.
provided that to the assessment department in the past.
No, I have not.
So the land that you have designated as, I'm just trying to see what words you used here. Land over and above the exemption rate. Is there a specific location for this land?
No.
Okay. And if on the basis of assuming that it has value, do you then assume that something could be done on this land? Built
No.
on this land?
No, it's just like if a parcel is exempt up to a couple acres, if the parcel is say 5 acres, then basically 3 acres is taxable versus the 2 acres that is exempt.
Are you aware that they do not have the legal use to develop any further property on their lot?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, you brought up the concept of CMHC. I believe that was on page 8. What the CMHC so-called market rents you used, what was the category that they were selected from?
It's just the CMHC market rents for market region for zone 12.
Zone 12, okay. And does CMHC have a category for assisted living?
I don't believe so.
Does CMHC even consider a property like this in their their report?
I believe they are looking at market apartment buildings.
So not homes for seniors.
Not as far as I know.
Okay. Now, in order to achieve these rents, would that not require the eviction of all the tenants in the site?
I'm not. I'm not sure.
Well, we have tenants in the sites that you don't disagree, right?
Yeah.
They have leases, correct?
Yeah.
And
I
they're
actually, to be honest, I don't know.
okay. That's fine. You did research that the site is registered with the provincial government as a home for the aged and infirmed.
Yes.
Well, you have to be registered in order to get this school exempt, which the city is agreed to, right? So there's no question there. So how are you going to evict tenants and replace them with people paying more money in a site where legally they can't even allow them anyone else to enter as a tenant except for the aged and infirmed?
Uh,
Again, Mr. Newfeld, I'm not sure that's a fair question. He's not indicating, and the evidence is not such that the CMHC rents are what the property, or how the property is being valued. It's a comparative assessment only, indicating that the CMHC monthly by comparison is 75% higher than the modeled rents. No talk about eviction or even the CMHC model rents are appropriate for the valuation, the actual valuation that has been presented.
I understand what you're saying, and I was moving ahead a little too quickly. I did not lay the foundation to say I'm also asking about model rents. I'm just in the interest of time, I think the same issues apply, whether it's model or CMHC. Do you think you can evict tenants to replace them with higher paying tenants based on ignoring the contracts in place, their leases in place, and the provincial regulations which this site has been approved under?
yeah, I'm not saying whether you could or couldn't evict them.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did have the actual income on page 16, and you said that we didn't use it because there were adjustments to make. So what would be wrong about simply removing the income for non-residential use? It appears to be well categorized.
There would be a lot of adjustments to make, and the thing is, I don't feel that any of those numbers would be very representative of a market value, whereas like market rents and cap rates are representative of a market value.
Isn't the best evidence of market value the actual income?
I would say it would be actual income, but then when you also have to test the final value, and meaning like typically when you use these types of income statements, they result in an extremely low value and sometimes a negative value. And so that's my experience with these types of income statements. And so that's why I feel that using market parameters to value a property is a more representative of a fair market value.
On past occasions, I've seen you do some relatively complex adjustments on repairs and maintenance, which are much more difficult to adjust than simply doing line items. I'm wondering why not? Why didn't you do it in this occasion?
This is a 55 plus or other types of affordable housing or nonprofits. They typically, if you take their income and expenses to try to value a property, it results in I would say, a value that's extremely low, or like I say, negative. And I don't feel so, in my experience, using that type of information to try to value a property, it results in a value that is extremely inaccurate. And that's why I don't feel it's appropriate to go down that road.
Isn't the definition of a value based on the rights of the property rather than the dirt and the bricks and mortar?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You have a picture on page, and maybe you've done this or you have a response from the mailer on page 3. Do you have a parking stall count?
Our records indicate 86.
86. Okay. And how many dwelling units are there?
100.
100. So that ratio would be 0.86 to 1, correct?
Sure.
Are you aware what the bylaw requires for multifamily parking?
No.
Well, I'm going to lead again. The bylaw says 1.4 stalls per unit. Would
Okay.
not a prospective purchaser of the property have to deal with not only a legal non-conforming use, but a restriction in their ability to earn income due to lacking parking spaces?
I'm not really too sure, but like when I look at some of the apartments that have sold across the cities, and some of them have no parking stalls, and they don't seem to have any problems selling. And there's a lot of properties that sell with less than, like I said, no parking. So I'm not sure how that affects anything. Or
Do any of the sales that you're aware of required a change in use? Like, were they multifamily before and multifamily after?
they were sold as apartment buildings.
Yeah, okay. Now, you put forward the hypothetical valuation that this should be treated as a normal apartment building, and it is not used as a normal parking building. It's a home for the aged and infirmed. You are now requiring a change in use to meet your market value, aren't you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that. Like I said, we've valued this as if it was an apartment building, and when you look at the value of the property, it does seem reasonable at when you look at it compared to other sales. If you have other comparable sales that might indicate that the property is worth what you say it's worth, you know what? I think you can provide that information to support your value.
We're asking questions in your evidence, and your evidence suggests from your model that this is a typical apartment the way it's being valued.
Yes.
Okay. It is not a typical apartment in its present condition, correct?
It is a 55 plus home.
With a zoning caveat registered by the city on that use, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, in order to achieve the rents that you have in your model, would you not have to change this from a home for the aged and infirmed?
I'm not sure.
Well, if they're paying $500 rent and you're now suggesting they should be paying $800 rent, that how are you going to achieve that?
Yeah. I'm not really too sure, but like I said, market rents are higher than what has been applied. The model has applied, and so the resulting value would be on the very low end of the range. And we feel that's a fair and equitable value for taxation purposes.
So I'm just going to reiterate, and that's my last question. Are you not aware that if you change the use on this to one which it is currently not, you change it from aged and infirmed to a regular apartment, that you do not automatically get a grandfathered parking rate ratio?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. See, that was my last one.
Thank you. I was going to hold you to it. Ms. Schultz, have you any questions?
Asked and answered, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Whitbread?
don't even know where to start. I'm Mr. Wong. Sorry. I'm suffering from a cold here. I need to go right back to the fundamentals of your photo on page 3, I think it is. So I show some kind of hexagonal building on the left, a hexagonal building on the right, and a long, narrow building on the center. I believe that center portion was the one you indicated was built for some $10 million in a number of years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2.7 million in 2009.
Okay, what's in the building on the left with the hexagons?
I believe they're apartment units.
And what's in the building on the right?
The same thing.
Same thing. So that's all apartments.
Yeah.
How many square feet in the building in the center?
About 13,861.
13,861. What goes on in there?
It contains offices and a dining area and a multi-purpose hall.
And they are all related to support of the people living in the apartments. That's a question. Are they
I don't know for sure, but they do appear to be connected. So I would think that they would it would all operate together.
So this Masons group would have their meetings in there, if I understand the revenue statement, and pay rent for it. Is that correct?
I am not sure about that.
Well, it says rent, Masons meeting rents. It's your evidence on page 23, I believe, page 15. Sorry to
Yeah.
get fundamental here, sir, but I don't understand this.
Yeah, it appears that the Masons there's a meeting rent and there's a Eastern Star preschool rent.
Okay, so there's a preschool in that same building then?
Yeah, I believe it's a daycare.
Okay, and what's suites A and B? Do you know that?
No, I don't know.
And then they hold different fundraising events, don't raise a lot of money. The hair salon provides income. OES chapters, is that something to do with the Masons as well?
I'm not sure.
And they obviously get donations. And then those rental units provide income of about 600,000, say 995. And then we have grand chapter office rent, we have parking income, provincial grant. So what's so complex about stripping out? Like I only see $34,000 in, is it even that? $13,000 in grant money to go to supplement this rent. Is that correct?
I would assume it's correct.
So that $581 a month rent that the model proposed,
Yeah.
Would be fairly close to what a resident would be paying.
I'm not sure. I would have to calculate it.
Can you do that?
It appears to be a little bit less than what the model is applied.
The actual rent, hey?
It would appear so, yes.
Yeah, so they're not even paying $581 rent.
Yeah.
Have you been in the facility?
I don't believe so.
Okay. By value of 41,720 per suite, they're obviously not big suites. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, could you surmise? You have a lot of experience with this. Bachelor suites wouldn't be that large, would they?
No. I guess for some sort of comparison, if you go to my page 8,
Okay.
it gives you a gross floor area per unit at 691 as compared to the other the comparable properties, which might be 666 or 661 or 468 or 538 per.
By my standards, that seems pretty small for an apartment.
Yeah, but that's probably somewhat normal for a bachelor.
Yeah, I would imagine, but
Yeah.
it's small in relative terms. I don't even know where I was going with this, Mr. Wong. What I'm trying to understand is why you had indicated it was too complex for you to strip out the expenses and the revenues to.
Yeah.
Where's the
Yeah.
complexity? Please help me understand that.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to make determinations on each line item, and one person might make slightly different determinations for each of the line items, and so it could result in a lot of inconsistency. And in myself, like when I've stripped out some of these incomes or expenses that the resulting net operating income, it results in a value that is, I would say, it's not something that I've ever seen in the marketplace. And so if I've never seen that type of a sale where something sells for almost nothing or negative, then I don't think using those numbers would result in a value that is representative of market value. And whereas, like, say the value that the model is estimated is about 40,000 per unit, and when you look at some of the sales on my cap rate sales, the lowest ones are about maybe 72,000 per unit. And so the fact that we're at about 41,000 per unit, we're definitely at the low end of the range, maybe outside the range. And so I mean, in terms of for taxation purposes, the portion seems to be at the very low end of the range for this property, and so which to me seems reasonable and fair, rather than like I said, sometimes their actual net operating income results in a negative value, and I'm not sure how much sense that makes for fair and equitable distribution of taxes.
Okay, I'll accept what you're saying, Mr. Wong, on that. Bear with me again, just as I move around your evidence package. So when I go back to page 1, and I relate it back to the diagram and what we have there, you show at the top of page 1, 4,172,000 is institutional property, taxable school exempt.
Mhm.
Correct. And so that would be the apartment portion.
Mhm.
Yes. And that's exempt of any taxes.
School tax exempt.
School tax exempt, yes. And then you have the 1696. Now, what piece of property is that? I didn't understand what you were saying relative to that. And in comparison to Mr. Neufeld's questioning about the 1,694,000 or $794, what is that portion for?
It's for the land in excess of the exemption limit.
And you
Like I
said
said,
that was 2 acres or something?
yeah. So it's school tax exempt up to 2 acres. And so if, for example, the property was 5 acres, then that additional 3 acres of land is taxable.
Okay. And the 658, is that going to be the kindergarten?
Yeah, the daycare.
Okay. And that we mentioned, I think, was on page 3, was in that green portion, the center portion.
To be honest, I actually don't know where it's located within the buildings.
Okay. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if those are all apartments, you don't typically hold a daycare in an apartment.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that certain parts of the buildings on the wings could contain the daycare. I think it's possible.
Okay. And is that daycare tied somehow into the notion of the 55 plus community, or is it just something that was added on by the Masons?
I'm not really too sure their decision making in the operation. We're just we just know that there's a daycare there, and there are 55 plus units there.
Okay, maybe Mr. Neufeld can shed more light after when he gives his evidence. I have no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Thank you, Mr. Whitbread. Mr. Wong, I have some questions as well. With respect to, first of all, to the mathematical error on the land valuation that Mr. Neufeld presented, that being slightly over $200,000, that land valuation would, if an adjustment were to be made, that would reduce the amount under the 40S, the apartment aspect of the calculations, or would it fall in another category? And I'm looking at your page 6 here with the 3 columns: the cost property, 40T, the apartment, 40S, and the storage warehouse, 40E. If there's an adjustment to the land cost, where would that adjustment take place?
I believe I believe it would be in the apartment.
Okay. Now,
Sorry, I'd like to object to that. The assessor was asked that question and answered, and he didn't know. I don't think this is a chance for him to make up lost ground.
okay, well, thank you. I'll move on. I'm not. I understand what your position is. It was a clarification question. With respect to the comparable sales to which you refer on page 11, that was a 55 property unit indicated sold for $95 per square foot. Was that a for-profit or a not-for-profit transaction? Or sorry, was the property before it transacted for-profit or not-for-profit, or do you know?
In terms of was it operated for profit beforehand?
Yes, at the time of sale.
At the time of sale, I believe it was just operated as a affordable 55 plus.
Were you aware if it had any of the same land restrictions, or was operating under the auspices of a charity or charitable foundation?
No, unfortunately, I'm not aware.
Okay. Because this Eastern Star is operated as part of a charitable foundation, that's correct? If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't appear so based off of the description on page 4.
Does the rent that is outlined in the financial statements at your page 16 and following, does that include meals? I see there's meal expenses, line 6151 to 6154 and 3016 as well. Does the rent include that, or is that an additional cost?
Unfortunately, I do not know.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Mr. Neufeld. Your evidence, please.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I have a totally unrelated matter for you, Mr. Chairman. I'm been asked to forward an apology letter to you. I don't know how I do that, through the board or through the today or to the board in general, having to do with some language at a particular hearing, you may recall. And I said, I asked that you kindly distribute this letter to the panel members. Just send it to the Board of Revision.
I think just send it to the Board of Revision attention of Pisa Hutter, and she will distribute it. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
No, I just popped up on my screen just now. Yes, moving to the matter at hand. Essentially, this site is, I'm not sure what formal words we use for it. I would just say a bit of a pig, in that it's too expensive to operate as it's configured today for this particular charity. And the reasons are fairly obvious. If you look at the configuration and design of it, it was a wonderful idea at the time, but the costs to maintain this are high, especially if you think about heating and cooling with the amount of envelope area that's required to be done, and the design, the staffing requirements, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, the taxes aren't helpful. This is a registered, I think the appropriate designation is a home for the aged and infirmed under the act, and it allows for a school tax exemption for the improvements as well as 2 acres of land. And this is another problem with the property. Had this simply been appraised as an apartment or assessed as an apartment block, it's unlikely we would be having this debate, because as an apartment block, there's no issue in regard to the land allocation. It would all be included in the income, all of it, regardless. So because we have the act, we have a hypothetical application of 2 acres, of which obviously you can see from the pictures, there is no land available. It's been developed to its maximum density as far as square footage is concerned. And under residential, it would actually be, as of today, with the school tax rebate, it would be a less expensive mill rate than school tax exempt under the commercial application. But of course, because it's been designated by the provincial government and approved as a home for the aged and infirmed, you can't do that. So we're stuck with a designation that was applied historically and is not it's actually providing a tax increase, which was not the intent of the lawmakers. I'm sure we all know that it would not be their intent to have a home like this taxed at a higher rate than it would were it just to be an apartment block. But that is a flaw in the legislation, and we have to live with it. But the issues here, just to start off on my page 9 is the title. And we have provided all of these registrations to the city in the past. It's in their files. We're still debating the previous year's values, but the first one I spoke of, which is 1446676/1, is a agreement that the owner will turn over land to the city if and when a right turn is developed on Cathcart. And the measurement of the land is approximately, I think about 15,000 square feet at the corner of Cathcart and Grant. That essentially it is not under the care and control of the owners of the property any longer. That was part of an agreement that was put in place when the site was developed. So first of all, the land care and control of land is incorrect. But the biggest issue is the caveat 1327907 listed on page 10. And this was the original agreement for planning on this site. This came about because the neighbors opposed the development of the facility, as neighbors always do. That's what we've learned to expect. As a result, the city required a zoning agreement be put in place, and the city has this zoning agreement. There's no reason that they shouldn't ought have taken into account. I will just read a very short excerpt from it. It is understood and agreed that the land shall be used only for an elderly person's multiple family development of not more than 100 dwelling units and structures incidental and accessory thereto. For the purpose of this agreement, elderly person means a person 55 years of age or older and the spouse of such a person. No
Sorry,
building,
Mr. Neufeld, what page are you on right now?
I'm reading verbally.
Oh,
This has been provided to your department. No building or
So-
structure erected on the land shall exceed a height of 1 story. Now, this is registered on title and it's agreement with the city and it binds the land. So our point here is, if there is excess land under the act, who cares? Because it has no value. It's restricted. It's been built to its maximum. There is the land is stuck on this zoning agreement for a site that's been developed to its maximum. So there can be no value to the land. Or if there were a value to the land, it's going to be nominal because it's so severely restricted. And in 1990, when this was written, the things, that's the way it was. Everyone thought it was fine. It's not today. Here we are 24 years later. 24? No, I can't add. Sorry. 34 years later, and times have changed. I can tell you that the owner of the company is actively looking at measures to unlock themselves from this situation, and the only one that's possible is to move and hope that a purchaser can have the zoning agreement annulled. But our company is exploring that, and it is not a reasonable possibility because the city is, whether the city approves or not, it's a question of whether the neighbors will approve or not. It is stuck in its value for what it is. It will never achieve the value overall of what the assessor suggests of, I think, $60 a square foot. It's a nominal value. Whether it's in the 2-acre exemption or outside the 2-acre exemption, the land has very, very nominal value. And we see examples of like this all over the city in institutional uses. Now, we're not going to compare assessments to assessments. We want to talk about principles. When land has been designated for an institutional use, it kills the market value. It does not equal market value anymore because it's been changed. And that question I asked earlier about land rights under the concept of police power, when the city uses its, or the province use their powers to change the regulations on land, that becomes the basis for market value. That becomes the basis for fee simple. You don't ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. Hypothetically, it's worth this much. We don't deal in hypotheticals. Land around hospitals have the same issue. The city puts a nominal rate per acre on it, just for, it's usually about 100,000 an acre. That's how we've dealt with it. And as you may well know, we've been working for the WHA Shared Health for some time now. And that's the reality of the situation. When you have land that's impacted by zoning, civic-based, provincial-based, and we have a couple that are federal-based, its market value is tied up by what we call the public restrictions on ownership, police power. Oh, that's over and above market. Now, I hope this isn't too high-minded a concept. I don't want to talk down to this board and try to put it in simple terms. It's not simple, but it is a reality evaluation on the correct application of theory that everybody in valuation should know and observe. We looked at this and could ascribe no value to a land that is so tied up in restrictive uses, because the bottom line is there is no value. Now, if at the end of the day, the assessor were to come to us and say, well, okay, we got to put something on it, we'd certainly agree to a nominal value, similar to what the hospitals have, 100,000 an acre, because they got to put something on their rolls. We understand that. But the model is suggesting that this is land that's open and available for marketing and selling. It is not. Its underlying property rights have been changed. And again, we don't value the dirt. We value the rights associated therewith. And that is the simple concept. Value isn't based on the dirt, the land. It's based on the rights associated with it. That's why, for example, we have different values for residential one land versus downtown zoning. It's not the dirt, it's the zoning that goes with it. This is exactly the same issue. What we have looked at was, and incidentally, the other thing that the rights are established is because it's been agreed to in zoning, and because it has a a provincial designation, it is a home for the aged and infirmed, and it is offered at roughly $500 a month for the units. It's actually technically not a rental unit as far as any of the market commentators, like CMHC doesn't track this, does not work. It's not part of their system. And private companies like our own do not track these sorts of properties. But strangely enough, residential tenancies branch does get their nose involved in this. They do have a restriction on this. So you can't jack the rents up tomorrow, empty or not. So let's just say you evict all the tenants because you want to achieve the assessor's $800, $900 a month, whatever he thinks the model says. Who cares? You still can't do it because a unit is registered. You're going to get 1% this year, 505 instead of 500. And that is another example of police power restrictions on ownership by public administrations. So that's what's theoretically that's what's wrong with the assessment that has been prepared by the model, because I don't think they have inputs for this sort of thing in their model. On our page 3, 4, and 5, we have the current statement for this period, and this is what we're left with. You legally cannot change the occupancy. It is the market value of a site that is impacted by public ownership, and we have little X's marked beside the ones that you take out. That's real simple. Take them out. We did this and took out the cost that didn't belong, and came up with a number on our page 1 of $196,243 in this period, and the revenue was $745, which we used, and the expenses were average. We were missing the 2021 statement, but we did have the 2020 statement, and the costs that I mentioned with the repair and maintenance on this site vary dramatically, but because of this type of the physical dimensions of the property. So we have an NOI of 167,251, which is the actual, and obviously the expense ratio does not conform to anyone's concept of market, except for this type of property. This is very, very typical in a home for the aged and infirm. Most of them are operated by charities, and they're not looking for a bottom line, which is one of the reasons it's low. But that doesn't mean the form of ownership caused this. You're still stuck with these rates. You still can't raise them no matter what you do. It's stuck by provincial and laws and caveats signed with the city. It is what it is. That is, you don't ignore, or you don't try to superimpose somebody's concept of market value in a situation like this, because you cannot legally apply that. So we have a NOI of 167,251, and the capitalization rate on this, I gotta tell you, it was just a guess. The typical rate would be starting rate somewhere around 5.5%. The real problems with it, of course, are physically. It's all small units. They are all self-contained. They all have I guess we'll call it minor cooking capability in suite. There's a meal program offered. It's not a big draw. It's got a very poor layout. there is an upside to income growth potential if you can lift all the restrictions. An investor may consider that. But overall, the income stability is phenomenal. Of course, you're always going to get $500 rent because it's $500. On this is just a guess, and I think that if we look more detailed analysis, we'd probably we have found some research in larger markets where more of these homes transact, and they tend to transact in with portfolios of personal care homes. Outside of Manitoba, Ontario especially, more of these are privately owned, so there's more trading going on. We would have to look to see what those are, but we know that they're in the 8% range for those transactions. But for us, 6.5% is a placeholder. And to put that in perspective, on page, we had a couple of blocks that we had looked at starting on page 54. And these are all normal apartment blocks. 5.89, 6.04, 5.62, 5.5, 5.49, and a newer one at 5. We're definitely think it's reasonable to go to above this range because these normal blocks are going to have normal income subject to normal rules with a larger pool of investors. Last point on this is there is no normal pool for investors for this property. It is a special use property, and you know, in the past sometimes these were done on the cost approach. That in itself causes a lot of headaches because of the changes in building code over the years, and national building code in particular. But I think in a nutshell, that's as brief as I can make it. And I do have a fair bit of closing statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Questions?
Yeah, just I guess on your page 54 and 55, are any of those cap rates 55 plus cap rates?
No.
No. And why were you not able to get a 55 plus cap rate?
No market transactions.
Oh, okay, so you're just applying a regular apartment cap rate for your valuation?
I believe what I said was we looked at these and we went above them because it's inferior, and it's
Okay.
a placeholder. I think the market rate is about 8%, but I have no evidence, and so we're sticking with 6.5.
Okay, so basically you're almost like valuing this property as if it was a regular apartment building. Is that correct?
No, we're using the same style of valuation, which is an income approach, but of course we're looking at the support for it to come from similar projects, and with the lack of similar projects, like the income is simple. Everybody does the income the same way in multifamily, not a problem. It's the cap rate. There isn't a single investor who's snapping these up in Winnipeg right now. It's other provinces with private ownership, more private ownership, where we're seeing them. Nothing Manitoba, and it's obviously it's the way our health departments are set up in the individual provinces. I'm
Okay.
suggesting 6.5 is the lowest it should go, but I think it'll be closer to 8.
Okay, so you had mentioned that these might transact in other provinces at 8%.
Yes.
What are the rents for those properties that transacted at 8%?
Well, I don't have them, but they're also homes for they're also seniors housing, which have restrictive amounts in it, and it'll vary market to market what those rents might be, and it'll also be dependent on what provincial funding is in place. So that gives us another concern to deal with it.
Okay. Okay, and so I guess on page 55, you have 284 Notre Dame. If I said that that's sold for 117,000 per unit, would you disagree with that?
No idea. I
Okay.
haven't done that.
Okay. So basically, on page 55, 284 Notre Dame is indicating 117,000 per unit. So you on page 54, 441 Edison and 160 Lumsden, did that sell for 147,000 a unit and 153,000 a unit?
Sorry, I'm just the answer to 284 Notre Dame is I don't care what it sold for per unit, but doing the math on it, here's the rent's about $1,000 a month compared to $500 a month. That's the yardstick used. So the next one was what?
441 Edison.
441 Edison. I have the average rental income at about $10.20 per month, and that's what it sold on.
Okay.
Not
but
500 like the subject's getting.
But it did sell for 147,000 a unit.
Well, again, if you're looking to do a comparison of units, then you have to use adjustment factors, and those adjustment factors are all economic. Anybody who applies a rate per unit would be misleading unless they adjusted it based on the income that that particular site generates, which is why in our profession and the city assessment department, we don't use rates per unit to determine an accurate value. We use the income method.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, I'm
in
gonna
valuation.
stop this line of questioning, Mr. Wong. I think we've gone far enough into the comparative cap rates. We know why the cap rates, or why Mr. Neufeld has indicated that the cap rate that he is presenting is 6.5%, and we've heard the evidence with respect to the cap rate and why you have presented your model cap rate at 5.25%. I think we can move on from that. Thank you.
That would be all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, questions?
Just clarifying then, your final value is 2,573,000, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, that's correct. And as I did mention, I think as far as correct theory goes, there is no real value to the concept of excess land. However, we understand that if in our city there was 100,000 an acre application as made for the other hospitals and other properties, that this might be nothing wrong with equity in application of a process. We would look open to being excess land value of on that basis, which is this is just verbal. Like I said, it's not because I'm trying to settle or do anything. It's just we have to live with the error in the legislation that's applied, and I guess I can't blame the assessor necessarily, but 120,400. 43560. Yeah, so $275,000 for land value under the same basis that all the hospitals have been applied at. We would be open to that additionally.
And you said that was just verbal. You don't have that in your evidence.
No, I don't, because like it's not an appropriate valuation theory. It's a settlement theory.
I hear you. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Schultz, questions?
Yes, just one question. On your page 1, you've got 104 units. The assessor has 100 units. Do we know if it's 100 or 104?
Okay, so we're looking, no, you know what, that's not, um, there are 100 residential units, and then there's 4 units that would be considered, daycare, hall,
The middle
and,
section.
office for Eastern Star, chalet,
Okay,
yeah,
the
and
middle.
they're all included in the income,
Okay, so the middle section.
yeah.
Okay, and then the 2,573,000, you've got that as value. Is that including the exempt portion for the daycare?
Um, oh, yes, you're right. We did not break that down. Um, excuse me. Um, well, let me just see. So the assessor is putting a rent of 41,000 on it. In our report, I believe we've provided the lease,
For
and
the
that's
daycare?
page 7. Um, and they are paying annual rent 43,680, but that includes some costs. So we actually would concur with the assessor's number here of 658,000.
Okay,
So I would subtract that from the
2,573.
apartment, yeah, apartment portion. 658, and we should have broken that down. Oh, well, I see that it was broken down, bottom of page 1.
Hang on a second.
Oh, that's wrong, but you know what? I'm not going to change that. I mean, it's yeah, it should be higher based on the actual rent they're paying. But you'll note that we put school exempt 2353780 and exempt 219220. I think that the person who did this just used the same ratio that the assessment department used. Simplistic way of dealing with it, but
You have the 2,573
is the total.
is the total.
Right.
So, okay, so that's the total 658 for the daycare, which is coming off the 2,573.
Well, I think it should, but that's not the way it's written up here. You'll notice that the 219,220 was put in for that, and that's a percentage. The person who wrote this up simply took a percentage, 658 divided by 4, compared to 4172, and the
What page are
percentage.
you on? Is that on your
Yeah,
page? I'm sorry.
but that's the way. Um, I believe it should be. I mean, I don't. I think we're. This was a relatively complex property. The daycare income is solid.
Mhm.
658,000 request for exempt. For school exempt, 1,915,000. And for taxable, we're prepared to accept the value of 275,000, although it's not on here. So 275 taxable, 1915 school exempt, 658,000 fully exempt.
Okay.
Which is a total of 2848.
No further questions, thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask for that breakdown again for for the school tax? It was 1915,
Correct.
and for the exempt portion, how much was it?
658,000.
And and the total was
Well, as I said, we were prepared to accept a value of 275,000 for the taxable portion. So the total would be 2,848,000.
okay.
I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Neufeld. First of all, with respect to the land that's been referred to as the excess land, the $275,000 that you are proposing, for want of a better word, is not found in the legislation under the Municipal Assessment Act. That's something that is being proposed as a result of the way hospitals are treated with respect to land and excess land?
No, well, it's policy of the assessment department that they were treated this way. Like the hospital has an exemption of 10 acres.
Yes.
And personal care homes are 2 acres, seniors homes at 2 acres. So the properties we're doing for the shared health are Victoria, the Grace, Concordia. We're all at that value of 100,000 per acre, and it's an acceptance of the fact that we have a provincial designation on a site. So hospitals have provincially registered as hospitals. Seniors living is provincially registered as under the, I forget what there's an act, Elderly and Infirmed Act or something, that there's registration. That's where the linkage is, that there's a provincial registration on the land, which then impacts the value of the land. Whereas personal care homes do not have registrations of that sort. So the land on a personal care home then becomes a little more wide open. It's where there's a provincial registration. That's the similarity of the hospitals.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Summary, Mr. Long?
Yeah, the uh for this particular property, it is a challenge. It is a challenging property, and like we try to, I guess, value it as reasonably and as fairly as possible. And I believe that we have done that. The applicant has made a case for something about like 20,000 a unit for a residential unit, and I'm not sure if I've seen any sort of sales like that. Like I don't necessarily disagree with the approach that the applicant has taken, but when I have to say that the differences in value, like the value that we've presented is on the very low end of the range in terms of market value, and I feel it's a more accurate representation of fair market value. And I guess having said that, I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $6,526,000.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, summary?
Thank you. Those were very interesting comments, Mr. Wong. You always appreciate your commentary. The concept of value is value as it is, not a difference in value, or it doesn't. How does it compare to something else? This is a unique property. Everyone's agreed to that. The registrations in place are not voluntary. They are restrictive, and they carry with the land, both by a bylaw, a caveat on title, and provincial legislation, the triple threat. To develop this site to the value that the model has demonstrated would require stripping all 3 of those registrations off. And in addition, they would have to deal with neighbors. It's an improbable task. And the concept of market value, well, as they say, justice is blind, and so is the application of market value. You have to deal with the facts in front of you. The model is requesting a hypothetical application of value. We're suggesting that any attempt to market this property, which Colliers is trying to do right now, and by the way, we are looking after the existing people, and it's to build an alternate site. So we certainly support the housing of the sort, but it's the it's a property that's sold without any undue stress and composed of willing buyers and sellers operating at arm's length under no compulsion to buy or sell. And it is a price hammered out between willing and informed buyers and sellers on the anvil of supply and demand. Now, when a property is impacted like this, that's what you have to deal with. It's like selling a property that's not serviced and hoping you're going to get services later. Well, you pay cheap for it because you got a hurdle to get your services in. You pay cheap for this because you have 4 groups of registered and unregistered opposition to it. That's the impact on market value. The assessor made a point. He says properties don't sell for nothing. Well, that's not true. Hudson's Bay sold because no one could do anything with it economically. 333 Main Street, 191 Pioneer sold for nothing. Why? Because they couldn't make any more money as office. They had lost their highest and best use, and they were impacted by a cost to maintain an empty operation. Of course, they sell for nothing. That's the market. It's what I was trying to say. The market is blind. It's done on the concept of dollars and cents, and not only what you can imply under any form of market value, but it's what you can actually accomplish. This site, you cannot accomplish it. And lastly, obviously the error in the application of the act is half the reason we're here. It's outdated. Projects of this sort are larger. They're always owned by charitable organizations, especially in Manitoba. They would transact between charitable organizations, and the assessor asked about that. I know one that transferred for $10 because it was one charity to another. And we're not bringing it up as evidence, but that's how they do transact. It's a market we don't see. The titles gets it and it shows up as $1, and everyone says, well, it's not a market transaction. It is. One charity to another, it's worth $1. But we didn't provide the evidence. I'm just refuting what he said. They do transact. We work very hard to try to find a fair value on this, and you do have to deal with the consequences of what are we call public restrictions on ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard the evidence, we'll conclude that matter. And does anyone need 5 minutes before we start on the next matter, 221 Stradbrook?
Yes, please, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
that'd be great.
Yes, please.
So if we can come back no later, please, than 10:40. That first matter took some time, and I'm mindful of the time taking. Thank you. 10:40 then, for a short recess.
I'll take us off then, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We call the meeting back to order and move to number 2 on the list, please. That's the street address of 221 Stradbrook Avenue. I believe according to the agenda, the sole issue is the amount of assessed value. Mr. Wong, if you could turn to that file, please, introduce the property and provide your evidence.
The subject property is 221 Stradbrook Avenue. The file number is 24-3863. The roll number is 120-978-06855. The roll year is 2025. And the assessed value for the Costco 20T is $34,527,000. And for the 60T is $738,000 for a total of $35,265,000. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 18 stories high and it was built in 2019. It has 145 units with 128 indoor parking stalls and 57 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 and 5 are some interior pictures of the subject property. On page 6 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $1,597 to get a potential income of $2,779,000. We use a 3.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $2,690,000. And we use a 39% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $1,622,000. Capped at 4.7%, we have an estimated market value of $34,527,000 for the apartment. The mall's estimated the net operating income for the restaurant at $38,000, capped at 5.15%. The estimated market value is $738,000. On page 8 are some rent comparables showing that the rents we've used for the apartment are in line with what's in the market. On page 9 are some comparable leases that range from $24 to $31 a square foot, which supports the model's $27 a square foot assigned to the restaurant. On page 10 is information on how we derived our cap rates, and on page 11 are some cap rate sales. Most notably to 2390 McPhillips, which sold at a 4.71% cap rate. On page 13 is the income statement supplied by the owner. On the bottom of page 15, you can see that their net operating income was about $1.8 million. And that supports the model's net operating income at about $1,622,000, or about $1,660,000 when you include both the restaurant and the apartment. So the actual net operating income of about $1,800,000 supports the model's net operating income of about $1,660,000. The model cap rate is in line with the market, is supported by the market. And on my page 17, the project value is about $31 million, and it doesn't include the land value or any entrepreneurial profit. So I believe this supports the assessed value at $35 million. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $35,265,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, just starting with page 11. And you singled out 2390 McPhillips. Does your department have the income and expense mailer for it, that sale?
I believe we do. I believe that like the 4.71% was like we stabilized the net operating income over the 3 years prior to the sale.
The question was, do you have it? Second part of the question is, do they have their financing details listed?
I don't believe so. We use their income. We use their income and expenses.
Do you know what the interest rate at time of sale was?
I do not know.
And was the mortgage assumed or not?
I do not know.
What was the Bank of Canada prime on that date? Do you know?
No.
Do you know what it was on the reference date 3 years later?
No.
Okay. And the same question for all the rest of them. I take it you don't have the information handy on the mortgages that any of these properties had?
No, I don't believe so.
And you mentioned the permit which was project value 3.1 million. Well, doesn't it say declared construction value 2.9 million?
Yes.
So you said you didn't have what was the phrase?
Then you can see on top of page 17.
You said that the 3.1 million did not include the overhead, I take it, or the profit or something?
Entrepreneurial profit.
Entrepreneurial
Yeah. If somebody spends 31 million to build something, they would expect it to, you would expect it to be worth more than 31 million. And
Okay. So just
yeah.
a second, that I just asked the question. That just remind me what you said, entrepreneurial profit. But it cost them 29 million to build.
Yeah.
Isn't the entrepreneurial profit $2 million?
I don't believe so.
Well, did you check into it?
I don't know.
Okay. And what was the land purchase cost?
I'm not sure.
You don't have it on your.
They probably, I believe they owned it prior. There was no sale prior, so
Well, I think it made the news. It was the Winter Club tennis court land. So, but you're aware that that sale was at 1.5 million?
okay. So it was 1.5 million. Okay.
Okay, so their project cost, construction and land, was actually 30.5 million then, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And did your department receive a notification sometime in August of 2023 about a fire?
No.
Okay, well, I sent it. I got the receipt here, but you're not aware of it then, right?
Well, no, I saw it. I see it in your evidence.
No, but you're not you're not aware that it was sent, or you said it. I asked the question wrong. I should have asked you, were you aware or did you see it in
No,
August of 23?
no.
Okay. And did you review the repair related permits that are still outstanding as of today?
No. In terms of review, I did see them afterwards, and it appears that they are spending $10 million to repair the property.
Right, and those permits are still open, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At the time we filed this appeal, and as of today, is it occupiable?
I believe they're pre-leasing for this December.
Okay, so physically today it is not open for business, correct?
Like physically today, I'm not really too sure, but it appears that when I checked on their website, they're pre-leasing for December 1st of this year.
Okay, and after my letter of August 2023, did the assessment department make any adjustment to the value?
I'm not sure about the letter, but if we do have open up permits, we'll probably review the properties to.
Well, to your knowledge, is there any sort of is there going to be anything issued under either 13.1, 14.2 of the Municipal Assessment Act or Section 340 in the Charter to account for the fact that the building was closed for over a year?
Potentially, we'll probably review it when we look at the pending permits.
Oh, okay, because like I filed over a year ago, so I was just wondering what's happening. You don't know then?
No. Did you ever follow up with us over that year?
Well, I followed the procedure through 311. And if I knew it was you I had to hound, I would hound you. But again, we go through procedures. So, okay. Do you typically put a value on a building that's can't be occupied?
Well, I'm not sure. It looks like they're going to be occupied in December.
Right. So, but okay, fine. Do you assess properties on projections, or do you base it on actual?
It depends on the situation, I guess. Yeah.
Wouldn't the appropriate procedure have been to review it as of August 2023, come to some form of understanding as to the impact due to the fire. And then when repairs have been completed and a reoccupancy permit is issued, then issue your supplemental to change it back. Isn't that the proper procedure?
Like I said, the permits are pending. So I think when we review the permits, we'll probably review the property at that point.
Well, at that point, if it's December, then you won't get your review done to deal with the 2023 calendar year because of the restrictions in the act. It has to be done this year. Are you aware of that?
Like I said, I was not aware of the permit.
But do you disagree that in some place, somewhere, some consideration has to be made for a whole year of the inability to use it, whether it be physically, as it should be right now, or by the reference date, which means for the next assessment cycle, you got to change it back for that period. It doesn't one of these have to be done?
Yeah, like I said, normally when there's a permit like this, we do review it and make adjustments accordingly.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Mr. Whitburn, questions? You're on mute. Sorry, Richard. You're on mute.
Sorry. So when you, sorry, did you do this evaluation?
Like what do you mean?
The workup, did you do the workup on this value?
Yeah.
And when you did that, were you aware of the fact there had been a fire and this building had been vacant for a year?
No, I wasn't aware of it until I saw the pictures in the applicant's brief, and then I looked into it after.
Okay, so you didn't at that point think, maybe I should phone the applicant and we should work this out?
Well, no, I didn't. I didn't think. To like I just found out about this now, and so I didn't like choose not to call them or anything. But they're.
When you say now, Mr. Wong, do you mean now, today, this morning? Or
Well,
this week?
in preparing for this hearing.
Yeah, which was when? Yesterday?
It was a few, yeah, and it was, yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. Mr. Neufeld, your evidence, please.
Yes, thank you. Mine is a little bit different than normal, as you can see, that there was a fire in August, and what happened was that the electrical system and some of the main mechanical features were destroyed, and it seemed like it wasn't as big a deal as most people thought until they investigated, and they, as you can see from my evidence, everyone was told to leave. The target date of December at the end of this year is what I've heard as well, that they're hoping to reopen by that time. The projections at the time of the damage were 1 year of vacancy. I'm looking to my notification date, which I believe was a day after the fire, to 311. We requested that the department review the occupancy, and that we that make an adjustment until reoccupancy permits are issued, that they just revert to land value until that time. And I think that's the appropriate method. I think that's generally what we've done in the past. We just dealt with another building last week on the same style of issue where it couldn't be occupied. So what we have here, though, is a bit of confusion. Is it the calendar year or is it the reference year, and where does it apply? It's got to go somewhere, because because the fire happened in 2023, does this mean that the city's going to ignore it until 2027, when that information will come forward as their operations, and they cut the value to land value for that year because they're following the reference date? Or does it happen as the day of the fire, which is August 2023, and because of the physical change in the property? I think it's the latter. That's usually the way it's resolved. And then when it gets up and running, we ignore the fire years because it's been dealt with already in the physical years. So as of today, all the permits are still open. They hope to be occupied in December. So what we would like to do is to have the board revert this to land value, and we are very, very open to getting a supplemental once reoccupancy has been issued, and that's the way it should be dealt with. And then we have the additional burden of trying to follow up to see if they will make the change for 2023. And this isn't a matter that we should needed to bring to the board, but we've got, a year and what is it now, 14 months of inactivity on this. That's not fair to the taxpayer. They're getting no money for the site, and they're being taxed. So that would be my request: is you do not have an occupancy permit. That is my point. You cannot charge taxes until you can earn income. And you've heard from the assessor that there's a projection. Well, when the projection happens, that's when they can change it back to whatever they want. And we can come back and argue real value. But until then, it should be land value. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, questions?
Yes, just on the bottom of page 2. It says that the fire damage was confined mostly to the roof, but water made its way down through the stairwell and elevator shafts. So are you saying that the building has zero value due to the damage on the roof?
Read on. How about go above there? A letter sent August 20 to tenants from the building's property manager, P3 Realty, that all leases are terminated effective August 17 due to the fire and the uninhabitability, is that a word? Uninhabitability status of 221 Stradbrook Avenue. Everybody got kicked out. It was more than that. Apparently they didn't fully report the matter to the news station, but they certainly reported it to the City of Winnipeg Permits Department.
Yeah. So is the building still, was the building still standing after the fire?
I believe that the structure was in place. I don't know if it was the problem with the fire, and I don't have the engineering report, is that with steel structures, if you have fire, the steel tends to warp, and replacement and repair becomes a very, very large project. So I don't know those answers. All I know is it was shut down. It was uninhabitable, and they target, as you say, December, hoping to allow people back in.
Okay. And do you know if the Parcel Pizza on the main level has been open for the last year?
No idea.
Okay. And you're currently seeking land value only?
Yeah, I think it should be land value only until such time as it's fit for occupancy again.
And your land value is $1.5 million?
It's the best benchmark we have of that, and that works out to it was actually yeah, so that's under an acre, so that's about 1.8 million an acre. That's the going rate for multifamily outside the downtown area. Some people pay more, some people pay less, but that's not due to market. That's due to motivation.
Oh, so you're indicating 1.5 million on page 7. Is that where you got it from?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's as of a sale date in 2013?
Yeah, but it was a bit more of a complex sale. They paid a premium for it at the time. And we didn't bother getting new land rates because this isn't a question of trying to chase the land value. We're just trying to get it to a land value, whatever that may be. If the city has a different point of view on the land value, we are quite open to discussing it. But again, we're talking a few $100,000 differences versus $30 million in differences. Let's bridge the gap and get it, and we're quite open to coming up with a number on land value. It's a holding until it's complete. And if since I've been involved with this from the beginning, you know that we had it at land value until they got their initial occupancy permit. It's the same theory all over again. Tragedy happens. You don't get to maintain the value if you're using the income approach. And even if you're using the cost approach, you have to factor in the cost of repairs until the repairs are made.
And I guess one more thing, you kind of said that they're not making any money. Do you know if they had like rent insurance to cover the rent loss during the fire?
Rent insurance of any sort is not income at all. It is never covered as income in any valuation.
Oh.
It would be misleading, irresponsible, incorrect to consider that insurance money equals rent, because that's a one-time thing only. You know, under any insurance policy, you can just take the money and run. How do you prove it went into that property until you spend it and you open the doors again? That's the proof.
Okay. That would be all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitgrant, questions?
No, answered.
Ms. Schultz?
One question. So there's nothing being earned as far as the rent goes on this property. However, if I just Google the Parcel Pizza, they are open for business. So would that change the purpose or the value? Because they're actually receiving, I would assume, some rent from that building.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking about that. That's an interesting point. But how would you adjust it on that basis?
Well, if the land value is zero, I mean, sorry, if the building value is zero because of the fire and it's not
Right.
occupied, but it is being occupied by the pizza.
Okay, but so what I'm wondering if we have the rent roll for the pizza establishment, let's just see here. Residential revenue. I'm looking at the assessor's page 13. Residential, other revenue. Commercial, there we go. Commercial rental revenue, 47,643. And that's for is there a rent roll here? No. I guess $47,000 a year in income, you capitalize it whatever you want to capitalize it at. You're not coming up with a great deal of value. And
No,
you
understood. Yeah.
No, I know. So the question then becomes, do you add that to the land value? Do you add that to the land value and subtract the allocation for the land, or does this represent rent for the entire site?
Yeah.
We're not, I don't want to debate like a small point. If there was an allocation that you wanted to apply for the open business, you know, it would be so just real rough here. You know, maybe another $500,000 in value less whatever land it sits on. That's not our issue here. I don't have a problem with that. The issue is the apartment block in general.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
And I don't have any questions. Any need for a summary, Mr. Wong?
No, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something, make sure you understand where we're coming from on this. We are here to debate the 2025 value. And the issues in place are historical. They happened before then, and my opinion is they should be applying to the 23-24 years. So, but the issue that I'm asking the board to debate today is, as of today, sitting in front of you, you do not have an occupancy permit on the apartment block. It has not been proven. Now, it will happen sometime in the future, whether it's December or February or April, it's going to happen. And when that happens, the city has the right to apply a supplemental. But as of today, nothing is proven. So you have to revert I request you revert to land value. And if you want to put 500,000 on for the pizza joint being open, that's not why we're here today. It's the entire bulk of the property. That is the correct procedure to follow on this. Is you do not value hypotheticals, what might happen. And there's a very interesting case on this, case law that happened before the board on Winnipeg Dodge in 2017. They built an expansion. The city jumped the gun on the occupancy permit and issued their supplemental on October on a temporary permit, which of course was revoked within a few weeks after being applied by the permits, bumping the occupancy date to February. And at the hearing, it was a major, I think, embarrassment for the city. They admitted, nope, we shouldn't have reassessed until February. That it only took 7 years to resolve the matter through proper channels, but it was resolved about 2 months ago. And it's the correct policy. Don't assess until it's issued. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll conclude that matter and move on to item 3 on the list. That's at 230 Princess Street. I note from the materials filed that there is going to be a request to confirm the amount at 60T, that being the other property valued at $755,000. So I'm going to ask Mr. Wong and Mr. Neufeld perhaps to, in the interest of expediting this matter, to focus on the 20T residential taxable.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Can I just take 1 minute, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Would you like me to stop and read?
I think she said she's just taking a minute, so we'll try and keep this on track.
Ready?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld is now left his chair. Okay, call this meeting back to order then and move on to the street address of 230 Princess Street, please. Mr. Wong, you introduce the property and lead us through your brief, please.
Okay, the subject property is 230 Princess. The file number is 24-3840. The roll number is 130-961-46100. The roll year is 2025, and the assessed value for the Class Co 20T portion is 5,294,000. This is a residential mixed-use property that's 4 stories high. It was built in 1907, but we have an effective year built of 1990 due to the building being fully renovated. It has 49 suites with 33 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some interior photos. On page 5 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $1,021 to get a potential income of $600,000. We use the 5.3% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $568,000. And we use the 49% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $285,000. Capped at 5.4%, we have an estimated market value of $5,294,000, which is about $108,000 per unit. On page 7 are some rent comparables showing that the rents we've used are in line with what's in the market. On page 9 is information on how we derived our cap rates, and on page 10 are some cap rate sales to substantiate the cap rates that the model has applied. Page 12 is the income and expenses submitted by the owner. See there. Their net operating income, their total net operating income for both the apartment and commercial is about 350,000, and it supports the model. The model is at about 245,000. So, or sorry, 345,000. So the actual performance of the property supports the model, and the model cap rate is supported by market evidence. So I ask you maintain the assessed value at $6,049,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Mr. Neufeld, questions? And I think you're muted.
Yeah, just a description of the property. Is this multi-tenant? Sorry, 2 properties on the same roll, isn't it?
I'm not sure. This is the roll number under appeal.
Right. So sorry, I was just looking for it in the briefs, and I just make sure the board has an accurate picture here. Yes. So this includes the parking lot across the street, correct? Across Pacific. You don't have the overhead?
I don't have unfortunately, I don't have an aerial.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. That's all. Or that we see the same thing. Oh, well, look at this. We don't have a sketch of it either. I'm looking at the city. Oh, page 1.
Yeah, it apparently it does include some parking space across the street,
Right.
across Pacific.
Okay. And that's all in the same roll then, right?
It looks like it.
Okay. So your workup is, do you know if your workup has the square footage of the land that includes that parking? Because I don't think, I'm not sure. You've got plan area 8892, which is, it's 0 lot line, but land area 19734. So that would then include that parking lot at, I think it's 298 Pacific.
It appears so.
Okay. And on page 5, Was this done by the model?
I believe so, yes.
And we're not debating the retail, but question is the retail located in the building or in the parking lot?
I believe it's on the main floor.
So it's in the same title of the apartment block?
I believe so.
Is it possible to sell it separately?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, but yet you have a different cap rate. Would not an investor consider it in its totality, not on split up?
Potentially. Yeah, you could potentially blend that cap rate from the 8.1 and the 5.4 to like a 5.6 or something for the total.
Okay, and you mentioned in the report that the incomes were similar to what's stated on page 12. Did you calculate the actuals on there?
What do you mean calculate the actuals?
Well, on page 13, the rent's listed at $89.74 a month.
I thought we
Gross.
weren't going to talk about the commercial portion.
We're not, but we're talking about your statement of saying it was the same as the income provided. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, it would be on page 12.
So, right, but the net income coming off the basement, I said net, the gross income off the basement is 107,000, which means that your allocation, retail versus residential, does not support that statement. Do you disagree with that?
Well, I mean, if you're calculating 100,000 and the model is using 69,000, that seems to be reasonable.
No, it doesn't. That's $30,000 difference. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, but this is the retail rate is a net rate.
Right. Okay. And that's right. I was just questioning your last statement of 100 versus 70. Now, that's next question is, when you split it up, did you calculate what the actual retail income was?
No, the model estimated it.
Okay. But I'm just wondering that your statement that you made when you said, and you put it in writing on page somewhere here. The top of page 12, that this calculation might not be correct because you haven't calculated the actual net rent. Is that fair to say?
No, I'm just saying, like, you know what, when you look at the total operating income for the property, they're indicating it's 350,000, and when you add up the model's total operating income, it's 347,000.
Right. But as this relates to the residential portion, that doesn't mean that because we're only debating the residential portion here, that the residential portion agrees with the actual, does it?
Like I said, I mean, when you take everything out and you look at how much the property generates, it seems to be in line with the model, is what it says.
And just 1 second here, I just noticed something. So your statement, May 2023. Okay. Just bear with me. I'm just struggling with something myself that I've just noted here. And I'm trying to figure something out. Okay, I didn't figure it out. I'll just carry on. There is, your gross potential rent is 600,000 and they reported 582,000, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
On your page 5, your apartment, gross potential rent is 600,000.
Yeah.
On their statement on page, 14, it's 582,000, correct?
Yeah, it says it's about that, about 500 or 600 and I would say 610,000.
So again, it's not a major, it is, well, it's a difference, but I'm getting back to my original questioning is that,
Yeah, they're actually taking in more than what we've indicated, I guess.
no, you're saying we're debating the apartment. You say their potential 600, they say their potential is 582,000. See that?
Where does it say that?
Page 14.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was getting at about the statement made about that they're similar, that they're not.
Yeah, I think we can split hairs, but when you look at what they've reported for income, they've reported 557,000 for income, 9,000 for laundry income, and 40,000 for parking income. That's about 610,000. And the model has estimated their effective gross income to be 568,000. So they seem to be taking in noticeably more than what the model has estimated, as far as I can tell.
Well, I'm just talking about the potential rent that you have here, 600,842, and I'm asking about their declaration of 582,000, which of course we haven't got to the point yet, but parking is included in here for these units. That there's an $18,000 discrepancy, and I'm just asking if you don't think that your statement made on the top of page 12 doesn't really reflect the differential on the apartment side only.
They're stating different things.
So I'm asking about your statement.
Like I said, if you look at their net operating income in the middle of page 12, it's 350,000. And when you total the net operating income on my page 5, it's 347,000. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just they're trying to look at this discrepancy. That's all, and I don't want to waste any more time on it. In regard to the rate of capitalization, this was all done then by the model at 5.4%. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And was that based on what's called an effective year built of 1990?
Yes.
Original construction in 1907. Can you describe what changes occurred to update the effective date?
No, just based on the pictures on page 4.
What date was the picture on page 4?
I'm not sure.
Well, recent, after renovations, before renovations, do you know?
It would have been after.
Okay, after. And so you just based it on that.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who reviewed the property. It wasn't. I don't know if it was me.
Okay. If the property was given its actual age of 1907, would there be a change in the cap rate?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea how much?
No.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Whitbread? And believe you're muted. Yes.
Mr. Wong, the premise you make then is that your numbers, your model numbers are very close to the actual. And therefore, it's an indication that it's an acceptable valuation. Is that correct?
I believe that their actual performance does seem to support what the model is estimated.
Thank you. I have no further question.
And I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Your evidence, please.
Yes, and I'm going to apologize. I was deliberately stalling because I'm just trying to figure these things out here. I didn't prepare this, and I don't see where our number came from, to be honest with you. We have 2 years of statements, and I mean, we do have a discrepancy on the allocation of the income, and it's approximately an $18,000 difference on the allocation of the income. We've applied a number, so the city has applied 347, and our statements give two numbers of three, a total of 350 and 340, 354 and 350. And I'm just trying to reconcile it here in my head, and I don't want to. I'm not going to challenge the assessor's NOI. I think that I see there may have been an error in the calculation of the rental amounts. So it's strictly a capitalization rate issue. We're fine with the assessor's model income of 347. Sorry, 285, 864. On our page, I was asking about the pictures because we did actually have one. So on page 2 is a post renovation, and on page 4 is pre-renovation. Looks the same. Now, what changed in the building is you can see on page 2 that there's an addition on the roof. Yeah, the aerial on page 1 shows those units. There's 4 units have been added to the roof, and these were steel framed, modern construction. And the reason they were set back from the street was because of heritage. You'll notice in the picture on page 2, if you're at street level, you can't see these ugly, out of character units on the roof because they're set back by a patio area, and that was part of the requirement to expand, is don't spoil the view. The rest of it's authentic, and on the interior, I've inspected it many times. I inspected it and did valuation for many purposes of here, including insurance valuation was the last job we did. It's a timber frame building, and it was open floor design. It was formerly, the last use before they had it was a restaurant supply warehouse, where I was actually a client of the operation and been there several times. And what the owner did when he redeveloped was turn this into we call it a shotgun style apartment. It's square, but the feature would be to have a window. And so the styling was made to have a long, narrow unit where your hallway would be on the north side, and then the units would be longer so that they each had a window. I don't know if we've given you the pictures of that. I think the assessor's pictures, page 4, top of page 4 gives you an idea of the width of a building, and this is actually a corner unit, so it's got the 2 sets of windows, but they're typically the bottom of page 4 that wide. The units, very narrow, loft style, and that's how it was adapted, and of course to meet historical standards. So the interesting thing about the timber framing is that we had a fire discussion earlier. So when 221 Stradbroke burned, as the steel gets warped, you could wreck the whole building. You have a fire in Princess, you just cut the wood out that was burnt and nail a new one in place. It's rather an interesting benefit of an older building, but the hard part, of course, is maintaining that outside. can't find this red brick anymore. And that was one of the difficulties we had on the insurance valuation side of it, as well the foundation. This is a cut stone basement rather than a rubble. They don't make them like this anymore. So there are 5 basic elements in a building. There's the foundation, non-changed, the framing, unchanged, envelope, unchanged except for windows. The mechanical, it was all upgraded, and the decor, finish, etc. And some of it was changed, but a lot of the open features remained in the units that were architecturally appealing. For example, like you see the inside pictures, the exterior walls, bottom of page 4 in the assessor's workup, they kept the double brick interior wall. This is like what they call double brick, 1 layer of brick on the outside, 1 layer on the outside, and a cavity in between. So these were kept. There's no change in the date of it because the struggles we had with the insurance value is that you could never replicate this again. If you're suggesting, anyone suggests that this building is a 1990 building, that is entirely incorrect, because you cannot build it like this today. You cannot build it like it was 1990 building. It's not the same. It has age issues, as they all do, and it's also protected by historical designation that we've given you the excerpt from on our page 4. So the cap rate of 6.75 is we are requesting that on the residential portion, and the reasons being the historical designations, and the land is, they do have parking available on another owned property, but of course it's fully developed to the lot lines. Retail, because we looked at the building as a whole, the retail has been nothing but a problem in the site. Now they have a tenant, they usually don't. So for this assessment cycle, there's a tenant, but it's usually vacant. That's why this time around we said, well, we're not going to bother with it. It's okay on the value for today until we have turnover. But no one's renting retail on this, and it's actually not a first floor. It's sort of like a bi-level style. You go downstairs to that basement unit, but it's still part of the building as a whole, and you can't change it and segregate it and say, well, half is, we're giving you 8% cap because it's a basement, but in the rest of it, we're not. No, the whole project sticks together. The advantage they have now is it's a great market for the Red River campus has been helpful, but it's again, that they don't have a lot of money for rent. Oh, and one last thing, sorry. With this building, and I forgot to ask the assessor question, so I'll get to in the next one. There are, I believe, 6 or 7 units that are under the affordable renting scheme, where they have to have restrictions on the rent, and that was in order to get grants to help them with the conversion costs. So the value when you go to market, when you have some units that are at restricted rates, means that it's you can't put on rent increases as you so desire, or if the market allows it. You have to live within those confines. So that is a negative as far as the cap rate is concerned, affordable housing. There's no social consciousness in the cap rate. It is not good for an investor, and they shy away from it. So our number is 285,864 divided by 6.75. On the residential unit, $4,235,022, 4235022, rounded to $4,235,000. That's my presentation. Thank you. Oh, and I should mention that that we always put in the previous year's assessment, and there was some agreement on a change on that just not long ago at Boardroom Municipal Board. So I don't think that number is still in place.
Thank you. That's your presentation, Mr.
Yes,
Newcomb?
that's it. That's it.
Mr. Wong, questions?
No questions.
Mr. Whitbread, questions?
I have none, thank you.
Ms. Schultz, questions?
So the 4235 that you're on the apartment part, you're accepting the assessors at the 755?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
And I have no questions. Mr. Wong, any summary?
No, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, any summary?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be flippant, but I'm getting a tooth implant. Does that mean I'm 10 years younger? That's the same thing as what the assessment department model does. You have a minor change on a property, but the whole body is the same. It's still 1907 vintage. And an investor doesn't use effective age like the assessment department does. They're looking 1907. It means higher maintenance costs. It means a shorter lifespan in which to anticipate their return on their investment, and they do cap it higher. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll conclude that matter and move on to 228, number 4 on the list, street address of 228 Notre Dame Avenue. There is 2 aspects of this as well. The residential and school tax exempt. Mr. Wong, would you
Excuse
please?
me, Mr. Chair, sorry, I hate to do this, but I just need 1 more minute. Sorry, I'm just dealing with something that was scheduled to do after this, but I think this is going to go longer than expected.
Okay, well, do you need, we can take a 5-minute break?
That
if
would be
helps?
awesome. Yeah, thank you. Just so I
Okay.
can make some arrangements. Thanks very much.
If we can take 5 minutes and be back here, please, at 11:45. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order, please, and move on to number 4 on the list. That's street address of 228 Notre Dame Avenue. Mr. Wong, would you please lead us through the brief?
Yes. Okay, the subject property is 228 Notre Dame Avenue. The file number is 24-4379. The roll number is 130-521-75000. The roll year is 2025, and the assessed value for the residential portion is $5,374,000, and for the 40S portion is $366,000. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 10 stories high. It was built in 1911, and we have an effective year built of 1944. There are 44 suites with zero outdoor parking stalls. On page 2 is the sales history for the subject property. In 2017, there was a $1 consideration sale with a sworn value of $5,150,000. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some photos of the subject property. On the top of page 4, it's indicating that the property, it's been renovated with modern decor. On page 6 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $1,096 to get a potential income of $592,000. We use a 4.3% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $566,000. And we use a 48% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $292,000. Capped at 5.45%, we have an estimated market value of $5,374,000, which is about $119,000 per unit. For the commercial portion, the model estimated a net operating income of $20,522. capped at 5.6%. The estimated value is $366,000. On page 7 are the rates that were applied to the apartment and the office space. Once again, the apartment's rates are $1,096, but the office space was assigned a rate of $11.35. On page 8 are some rent comparables showing that the rents that have been applied are in line with what's in the market. On page 9 are some comparable leases that range from $9 to $16 or $18, which supports the model rate of $11.35. On page 10 and 11 is information on how we derived our cap rates with some cap rate sales. And you can see on page 11 that 677 St. Mary's, which is built in 1913 with an effective year built of 1972, capped at 5.59%. So that's in line with what the model is applied. On page 13 is the income statement supplied by the owner. For this property, it does have a sworn value of $5,150,000, which is in 2017, which is supportive of the model's $5,740,000. Currently, the property's actual expenses in 2022 are 70%. That's very high for an apartment building, and it's even higher in 2019, where the expenses are at 97%. So I'm not sure if using those expense rates would not give an accurate estimate of market value. So using sort of more market parameters, the model parameters are supported by the market. The model value at about $119,000 per unit is in line with other market sales, and is at $119,000 per unit is reasonable for a building that appears in good condition and that has been renovated. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $5,740,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes. In this case, 1911 building was changed to 1944. Do you know why that was done?
No, there is I guess judgment involved, and that might be the difference between this one and the previous property.
And is this building on the historical registry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does your model account for being a heritage registered building?
I don't believe so.
And fair to, it's the valuation here was all page 6 is all model generated.
I believe so, yes.
Your comparisons that you were quoting on page 11, do any of them have a commercial element to them?
I'm not sure.
And again, you don't know anything about their mortgages, do you?
No.
You quoted a sale on page 2. Do you know have any information on that sale?
No, other than that the sworn value is $5,150,000.
Why is it a sworn value? Do you know?
Because I guess the consideration was $1.
Well, you said that it's a good indication of value. Tell me how you came to that conclusion.
I don't know if I said that.
Okay, you said something to the effect, but you said it was I didn't write it down. What did you say?
I said that the sworn value is supportive of the model value at 5,740,000.
Supportive, and you don't know any details of this transaction then?
No,
Do you know what retained earnings are?
I don't believe.
Do you know what
I'm sorry, is any of this in my brief?
I'm asking you on your investigation into the sale.
I didn't investigate
You
it.
put the sale in, you open the door. Do you know what a retained earning is?
I do not.
And do you know what undeclared depreciation is?
No,
Do you know if there was cash in the bank at the time of transfer?
no,
Okay. You know what do you know if there are any other assets including in this sworn value?
no.
Okay. As to the actual statements, you mentioned 2019 with a negative value. Now, did you note that the revenue in 2019 was substantially lower than the following years?
It appears so.
Is it fair to assume that they had some form of vacancy in 2019? You don't have a vacancy statement here, do you?
Wasn't provided.
I can't read this on bottom of page 18 or in page 18. When was the lease start date for needs?
It might be 17.
Yeah, I can't read it either. Yeah, it looks like 17. Okay. And in the you noted these sorry, you're aware then that or all of the statements you provided are done on a gross basis, including the commercial operation?
I am not sure. It doesn't indicate it.
Well, there's no check mark under anything here, or there's no amount for annual property tax recoveries or admin recoveries, correct? On
Yes.
page. So there was gross. When did needs become class school exempt?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Aside from that, the following years, 2020 and forward, they're all showing a positive income, are they not?
They are. It appears that, I guess, 2020, like I said, 2022 is at about 70%.
Right, but they've included interest. Did you calculate that with the interest taken out?
Including the interest, it's 85%, 84.5%.
Right, but with the interest, oh, so the calculation presented before was excluding the interest on the ratio?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Yeah. That, what's 195? About 68%.
I've got about 68.7%.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's the same number I had. Okay.
Oh, so yeah, actually, yeah, it was nearly 70%.
Okay. And for the prior year, without the interest, I'm getting about 65.5%.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're talking about we got our numbers straight here. Has there been a variation in the maintenance and repair over the 4 years? a major variation, I should ask.
Yeah, I guess in 2019, it was 221,000. In 2020, it was 184,000. And then in 2021, it was 135,000. And in 2022, it was 131,000. So there has been some noticeable variation where it's more than doubled in some years compared to others.
Sure, and then it's tapered downwards to 131,000, and that's on the and any reason to, I mean, are there any signs that there were major renovations occurring then?
I'm not really sure, but it does seem like they are including capital in their repair and maintenance.
You have proof of that?
No, it's just the whatever number is in the mailer.
Okay. I just think that that's an answer that inappropriate, and I ask you to maybe back off on that, because that's
Well,
like,
would you be able to clarify?
no, but that's an accusation of wrongdoing.
I'm not
You
accusing
could say
anything.
you could say you question it, but you can't say it's capital.
And
Is that, do you
and
agree with that?
I would say that I would typically say that it might indicate capital because I can't say that it does indicate capital because I don't know.
Okay, the last part is fine. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, any questions?
I guess just a general question, Mr. Wong. If you look at what have we got? About 45 suites in this building. 131,000. That's about $3,000 a suite, correct? Roughly.
Sounds about right.
Roughly. Is that high or low in your estimation for an apartment that's been refurbished? And they look like they've done a really nice job on refurbishing.
I feel it's fairly high. Typically, in my experience, it's normally around maybe it can range about 500 to 2,000. And so once anything gets above 2,000, I sort of question whether there are any sort of other items, capital in nature, that are included in it. So yeah, that's my experience.
Sorry, fell off my camera. So you would that would lead to a question about the capital issue.
Yeah. Like in my experience, sometimes when I notice large fluctuations, and not every time, but sometimes I do see that they actually do include capital in their repair and maintenance. And so, like I said, in this particular case, I can't say for sure, but in some instances in the past where it looks like they've included capital and more details provided, they actually do include capital items in their repair and maintenance.
And typically, if they were doing that, would they be inclined to take out a building permit, or would they just simply flow it through?
I think there's a lot of stuff that can be capital in nature where they don't necessarily take out permits for it, whether they require a permit or not. I've noticed a lot of permits sort of not being taken out, even though they've done work to a property. So so sometimes no permits are taken out, but still capital work is being done.
So your research wouldn't necessarily be of any help in that regard then.
My research?
Well, if you did research into it further and you couldn't find work permits, you still can't make an assumption that capital.
No. We would pretty much have to sit down with the owner and go through their accounting ledger. And that's probably not feasible for our department to do.
Because of time constraints?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can imagine us doing that with every property, I think, unfortunately, we barely keep our heads afloat as is. So to sort of go through ledger line items for every property, it's probably not viable.
I hear what you're saying. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Wong, do you have a note as to when this property was last inspected?
The I don't know if I have any notes, but I believe that the pictures that we have are from 2008.
Okay,
There's you can see on page 5 there's some timestamps on some of the pictures.
yes. Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anything further. Mr. Neufeld, your evidence, please.
Thanks. Sorry, just it's maybe a follow-up. The pictures, which ones were from 2008?
The
You can see
interior.
the timestamp.
I'm looking. I see 1/2022 on page 4. Oh, so the timestamp ones were when the assessor was in it.
You know what? I don't actually even know that for sure.
Okay. Okay, you don't know for sure, but so the picture, the kitchen on the top of page 5 is timestamp 2008. Okay. Okay, I just want to get that right. I'll just start with our presentation, and I'm glad Ms. Schultz gave us a break there because I got a chance to figure things out. We're not looking at the class 60S, and the reason is because even though our rental income would show higher than the assessors, is that it's a gross rent. And because I had asked the assessor the question about, did you notice that the income jumped from 2019 to 2020? That's when we got the tenant school tax exempt. And because it's gross, the number goes to the bottom line, not to the user. And that's why the income came up. That's why the income is higher. The rent is actually around 50,000 gross. But if it were a normal tenant, then the assessor's number of 28,000 is about right, without the advantage of the school tax exemption. So that's why we're leaving that alone. And it is showing an artificially higher value than compared to so-called market. Because a school tax exemption goes with the tenant. When the tenant vacates, it's lost. So it's not permanent. We're dealing with it in cap rate. We're accepting the income savings that it's being generated. So for clarity, we're only looking at the class 20, and the workup on the statements. I again don't understand them, but I don't disagree with them. I reworked these all myself as we were having that break, and my calculation of the net income coming off the operations of the class 20 alone in 2020 were 125,000, and we have 75 quoted. In 21, it was 172,000. We have 153 quoted, and in 22, it was 148,000. We have 136 quoted. However, the final value came to 172,000, which was our high point, my calculations in 21. The variances are obviously operating costs that vary on gross buildings, utilities, repairs, etc. There's been very little change in the repair and maintenance. There's nothing abnormal sticking out about a major renovation because there weren't any. And while we were speaking, I'm looking at the permit page. There were 2 permits, the last taken out in 2020. Repair existing faulty 40 horsepower fire pump and repair backflow device. Those are the only permits that were taken out. So what you're seeing is a company's policy on maintaining the units. And we had this issue come up on another hearing where we talked about a 10-year window for renovation projects, and they're not renovation in terms of capital, they're renovation in terms of short-lived items. when my client bought this property, and incidentally, the sale was a share sale, there were retained earnings, there were undeclared depreciation. And so they mean nothing until you get an accountant to sit down with the appraiser and calculate how much was attributable to the real estate. It's an irrelevant number until that's done, and not representative of market value. But getting back to that, when they took it over, when they did their own more detailed analysis, they found that the units looked like the assessor top of page 4 with the old cooktops and the dated cabinets and countertops. They just do this policy of, as the unit vacates, they upgrade, they change the carpets, they paint, they check the fixtures. You'll notice the pictures got beautiful old vintage toilet now. They don't look like that anymore. So that those get upgraded and changed. But this isn't capital. This is short-lived expenses. These are they never declined over well, they declined over 4 years, but they never went away to a lower number, because these people don't operate slum housing. They keep these things in good condition. So we looked at the numbers. The lowest amount ever for R&M was 131,000. 4 years that were all high, or 3 years higher than this. So I think the 172 is a very, 172,000, even though that's from a different year, is a very fair indication of the NOI that this place is turning on the Class 20 property. And when we don't have the luxury of looking back 10 years on this, because the clients hasn't owned it that long, but it has been to maintain these qualities does require expenses and on short-lived items. Numbers don't lie. That's why the city sends these forms out to ask people what they're spending, and then if you don't like the answer, we'll say, oh no, it's market. You shouldn't spend so much. It's market. You should have a slum that you're operating instead of keeping it. And I'm being critical, but not improperly critical, because this is what they're telling us. The assessor says you're spending too much money on keeping these in a good quality. Well, it doesn't make sense. And they're not pocketing the money, that's for sure. So there's no profit taking. It is what it is. So our number 172,230, and we have it calculated out at a 63% expense ratio based on the revenue was adjusted to remove the gross revenue in this workup from needs, and then the expenses adjusted as well. So 172,230 is our best estimate of the Class 20 value. The cap rate considerations on the following page. This is historically designated. Assessors, the model doesn't deal with this. It's an obstacle in terms of earning money, because you have to maintain a certain amount and to retain the designation. Our city doesn't pay anybody extra money for saving these. They do provide grants for renovation, but that's as far as it goes. Once the capital's outlaid, who pays to keep it in that condition? They choose to, and it's a detraction from the cap. The one that's not mentioned here is the fact that the tenant on the main floor is school exempt, which is a temporary situation. If they decide to move on somewhere else, it goes away. This client will re-rent on a gross basis, as they always do, and income goes down. So that's a negative on the cap rate. That's a risk to income, which wasn't indicated in the growth potential. It's a bad thing. The original building was an office, and it was repurposed from office to apartment. So as a result, you're stuck with some of the architectural features that the office had, which don't necessarily make good apartments. But the one that's telling The one that I think is a major issue is we have 46 one-bedroom units. No mix, no two bedrooms in there. A good building has a mix of ones and twos. And that's a positive on cap. Not a major impact, but again, it's just another negative feature. We look at 23 different characteristics of a property and try to grade them all one by one. I think that the arrived at number of 7.33 is fair. I would have used it myself here, but the person who did this put 6.75. So that's fine. I'm not changing anything. Our number, I think, was arrived at kind of differently from the person who did this and what I did, but I believe it's right. 172 on NOI and cap rate leaving as stated, which gets us a class 20 value of 2,552 and maintain the class 60S at 366,000. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, questions?
Yeah, just so you're requesting a value of 2,552,000, is that correct?
On the class 20.
And the
yes.
class 20 and basically that works out to about 57,000 a unit.
I guess so.
That's all my questions.
Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time. Thank
Mr.
you.
Whitcomb?
Mr. Neufeld, when you look at the evidence provided by the assessor and look at his expense ratio of 48.321, that's the model prepared, I believe, for a 1911 building. Does that seem anywhere reasonable to you?
Well, I think the biggest problem with this expense ratio is it's never declared who pays for utilities and who pays for what. Most buildings have offset their utilities to their tenants, which results, of course, in a much lower expense ratio and a higher profit ratio. This is a gross building, and it's an old building, so the ratio, I think, is fair for what it is. The only concern I would have is I'd like to see another 5 years of operation just to see if this the work has stabilized, whether they're dealing with 45 chronic units that all need changes, and then does it stabilize downwards? But there's no indication, and that's where most of the ratio comes from. You can't dispute the money spent, and so I think it's good. It is what it is for what it is. The assessor's model, I believe, is I'm rambling. The assessor's model is stuck with not declared who paying for utilities, who's paying for what's included in it.
Do you remember when the building converted over to apartments from office?
Oh, I think it was one of the first ones we saw in Winnipeg. I want to say late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, so you're going back to the last century then. It's not a recent conversion.
No, it was, like I said, it was one of the first ones that was done. And I remember it because it was when I started in real estate, everyone was talking about the Lindsay building being one of the examples. Well, let's just see if the permits show. Oh, no, I got it here. Sorry. It was a gradual conversion, the last stage done in the year 2000. 2003. Oh, okay, here we go. 3 floors done in 2000, 7 floors done in 2003. So, been that way for about 21 years.
Okay. And that would kind of jive with your comments about people moving out, replacing carpet, putting tile in, remodeling, etc.
Yeah, it's at the end of the cycle for short-lived items.
Yeah. Thanks. I have no further questions.
I'm just trying to go through your NOI calculations, Mr. Newfelden, the NOI calculations. Perhaps I'll go back, don't seem to add up properly to me.
Nope. They don't.
Well,
I can tell you what I did to review it.
yeah, well, the best NOI I get at a 63%, 63.22% expense ratio is just a shade under 205,000, not 172,000.
Oh, yes, but that was with the income from the retail in it. And that's why I changed it to 172.
But if you look at the, if you go to the income and expense mailers for the rent received.
You're looking at the one from 2021, right?
2022, I believe, just let me go to the top.
Oh, 21, yeah.
2022, you've got the residential apartment suites at 603,567. So that's at page 13.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, yeah.
$603,567. Net operating income is 185. That's, or ballpark 180, 186 perhaps, if you add the interest.
Yeah,
in.
186, yeah.
But if you take your calculations and use the 63% in your table, you come to $204,000. So my question is, which expense ratio are you using?
Okay, so what I did when I looked at this is I went, first of all, the expense ratio as written, it wouldn't be the one I would rely on. If I look at this statement at 603,000, it says residential, but it's all the income. And I only say that because I know these people personally, and we've gone over these preparation of these statements numerous times. I say to them, provide what you have. Don't break stuff down if you don't know it, because we do not provide estimates. We provide actuals. This is the way they do their books. 603,000 includes $50,000 gross from needs, the retail office tenant. So that would end up being, say, 554,000 for residential income. And then on the other side of this, the expenses on there, because the taxes are lower, normally their expense ratios on their gross rents are about 50%. So then we would look at subtracting or adding back in the expenses from the attributable to the commercial operation. So that brings it to 500, and then subtracting the interest brings it to 497 roughly. Oh, sorry, 407. So I've got 407 to 554 for that particular year. That would have been my calculation. And then that's going to be about a 73% ratio for that particular year, and an NOI of 163,000 on the class 20. And
yeah, all that, but that's using a 73% expense ratio, not a 63%.
Well, yeah, that one's a 73 on that particular year, and then that leads to then the previous year, which was better. And when you're dealing with a gross building, you got to go back in time, because there's differences in for example, a hydro on 22 year was 132,000, and in the prior year it was 114,000. So the weather was better. So these sorts of properties, that's what you would do. So going back a year, I would do the same calculation. So the 584 becomes 534. And then the expenses of 478 get reduced to 468, for the retail portion, and then with the interest off, 468 minus 96, 372. So 372 and 534 gets an expense ratio of 69.6%.
I can do that math, Mr. Neufeld. What I'm looking at is the adjusted revenue, and the 63.22%. Going through all of those numbers, I come up with a 70% expense ratio. Now, are you saying that the revenue in the table at your page 1 includes the gross revenue from all of the school tax exempt area as well?
No, this was removed.
That's what I had understood. But
Yeah,
that's
and
in your
but-
adjustment, that still leaves a 70%, not a 63%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The page 1 was when I tried to follow the calculations, I got I did get 534,000. I did get 554,000. Okay, so I got those right. They match my calculation to what was presented here for 22 and 21 for revenue. But on the expense side, I had a lower expense of $10,000. That wasn't taken out of here.
So that'll expend, if the expense ratio changes, that will impact the NOI by increasing it, will it not?
Yeah, well, it did, except then I followed the math at the bottom, and I'm looking like, how did you get 381,000 out of this? And actually, I have the I'm just going to adjust this manually, the math side of it, and just see if another number comes out here. So I said 407 instead of 417. And 371 versus 381. And I don't, B5 minus C5, B5 minus C. Okay. So equals C3, which is the lowest. Okay, so the calculation that we presented you is the highest income, which is 2022, which is less the retail, is roughly 554,000. The expenses that were applied are the lowest expenses, which accounts for, like I said, weather and the rest of that, at 381,000. That's how the 172 was arrived at. Now, the error in this, as I'm recalculating it, is there were certain expenses for retail which should have been removed. And those are about 10,000. So actually the NOI, I would change that. I'm looking at it right now, 182,987. And that's just on correcting that error. So I'm just going to change that to 182,987. That's the 2-year, the highest income in 22, the lowest expenses from 21. And that gets us 60.93 expense ratio. And the value changes to 2,711,000.
Okay, thank you. I think I can work through the rest of the mathematical issues that I might have.
But I see now where you're coming from, because the numbers don't align, and it's because the selection of revenue highest year and expenses lowest year kind of turned this all upside down.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Mr. Wong, summary.
No, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, any need of summary?
Just to reiterate here that after reviewing this thing, that we understated overstated expenses by $10,000. And so the NOI we're now looking for is 182,987. And that comes to a value of 2,711,000 for the class 20. And of course, reiterate, it's historical. It's particularly bothersome to be told as a landlord that you're spending too much money in repairs and maintenance by the assessment department when you're just trying to provide a decent quality accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll conclude this matter and move on to item 5 on the list at 265 Portage Avenue. Please, Mr. Wong, can you present your evidence for us, please?
Okay. The subject property is 265 Portage Avenue. The file number is 24-3839. The roll number is 130-961-58700. The roll year is 2025. The assessed value for the class code 40S is 2,774,000. And the assessed value for the class code 20T is 8,691,000. This is a residential multi-use property. We have actual year built of 1904 to 1906 and an effective year built of 1995 to 1999. There are 75 suites with 37 indoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some pictures of the interior pictures of the subject property, along with the rooftop photo. On page 5 is our income valuation summary. We used average rents of $1,041 for the apartment to get a potential income of $937,000. We used a 4.3% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $897,000. And we used a 51% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $438,000. Capped at 5.05%, the estimated market value of is $8,691,000, which is about $115,000 per unit. The estimated net operating income for the office portion is $194,000, capped at 7%. The estimated value is $2,774,000. On page 7 are some rent comparables, showing that the rents that we've applied are in line with the market. And on page 8 are some comparable leases that range from $12 to $20 a square foot, which supports the $12 that the $12 square foot that the model is applied. On page 9 is information on how we derived our cap rates and some cap rate sales on page 10. Once again, the sale of 677 Maryland, 1913 building. We have an effective year built of 1972, and that capped out at 5.59%. On the last few pages are the income statements supplied by the owner. On page 17 is the permit that was taken out for the renovation. The permit is indicating a declared construction value of $1,200,000, but in communications with the property manager or the owner, I'm not sure, there was over $3.5 million in renovation costs. So the actual NOI ranges from about $556,000 in 2022 to $682,000 NOI in 2021 and $628,000 NOI in 2020. I believe this supports the model NOI at $633,000. And the model cap rate is substantiated by market sales as well. and currently at the assessed value at 115,000 per unit is reasonable for a renovated building in the middle of downtown. So having said that, I ask that you maintain the assessed value at 11,465,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yeah, sorry. Again, the question on the effective year versus the actual. First of all, just for the board's understanding, you or maybe you don't know this, but these are two separate buildings, correct? Or were you aware of that?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And but you do, you know, you have two actual year builds, 04 and 06. That you're then not aware that one represented one of the buildings, the other represented the other building.
Maybe that's the case. It appears that, but judging by the picture on page 3, that the two buildings were merged together.
Right. So that's at page 3. So those are the two buildings. And do their floors line up?
Apparently not. The first building apparently has an addition on the appears a 4th and 5th floor.
Right. Have you been in here?
I've not.
Okay. And do you have different revenue streams for each of the building sections? Any chance?
Just the two revenue streams that are on page 5.
So that's the apartment is combined of the two buildings, and then the office, is that also combined, comprising both buildings? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe we're treating those two buildings as one parcel.
And what about the indoor parking?
Or what about it?
Why didn't you have another revenue stream for it?
As far as I would think that the indoor parking might be attributed to the residential parking. It might be for the residents. If it was public parking, I guess maybe we would have a separate income stream for it.
Okay, but you don't. Sorry, you are aware that there's indoor parking?
According to our records
And where does it show that?
on page 1.
Okay, but no separate revenue stream for that then? I just
No.
want to, okay. Getting back to the effective year, what was done on the renovation that would justify a change in the effective year?
As far as I know, it appears like I think the buildings were maybe not occupied, and I guess they fully renovated it for residential and retail purposes or office purposes.
And when was that done?
In 2000, it appears to be 2011, the permit on page 17.
And do you know what the sale price of the properties was prior to this renovation?
No,
Okay. You know who the vendor was?
no.
You mentioned a figure of $3 million. What was that in reference to?
I believe that when we were inspecting the property in discussions with someone, they had indicated that there were over $3.5 million in renovation costs.
3.5 million. Okay, so they bought it for $10. So based on the logic you applied earlier, shouldn't it be worth $3,500,010?
I'm not sure about that $10 sale.
Okay, hypothetically, but you can look it up in titles, but it was $10. I'm just wondering why you didn't follow through on that particular transaction. So no answer, that's fine. I was being a bit of whatever. Page 5 was done then by the model, and I assume, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And again, the model has no adjustment for historical designation, does it?
I don't believe so.
And the model was told that the building was built in 1990, correct? 1995, correct?
Yes, for the effective year of 1995 to 1999.
Okay. Why is it, you've produced three sets of statements. Why did the revenue decline over time? Isn't this contrary to what your model would suggest?
I'm not really too sure. I mean, you know what, you might be more familiar with the property and be able to shed some light on that.
Well, I'm just asking on your evidence. You can ask me that question later, but the net income declined to 556,000 from amounts in previous years that were higher. Was this property's income and expense information fed into your model to help create the current valuation?
I can't say for sure one way or the other.
And any idea? And so you said earlier you don't know why it declined.
I don't know why.
Okay. But in that decline, it also appears that maintenance and repair costs also declined. So costs declined, but so did net revenue. No indication, no reasoning there, is there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many affordable housing units are in the property? Do you know?
I'm not aware of any.
You didn't research the decision-making information services in the city to see the registration?
No.
Okay. Is that common that the assessment department doesn't research these development permits?
I don't believe, I'm not sure if it was considered or not.
Okay. Now, does the model know that there is affordable housing in the building?
I don't believe so.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, questions?
I hear you. I'm just looking at a calculation
Okay.
here. No, I'll leave it. Thank you. No question.
Ms. Schultz, any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
And I don't have any questions. Mr. Neufeld, your evidence, please.
Yes, thank you. So I don't know, we're testing memories here, but page 2, I remember this building used to be nicknamed Winnipeg's largest pigeon coop. It was empty for, I guess, close to 40 years, with the exception of the news agent on the first floor. And I've been in it at the time several times. I worked for this particular property owner, and I was in there while he was doing his development plans and while he was going through the process, and then after the fact. I wish we had put pictures in there, but we have some really great ones of what it looks like prior to the renovation. The renovation was not frame wasn't touched, foundation wasn't touched, envelope was, you can see what they did, new windows, and then the mechanical was all redone, and the interior decorating was done, of course. And then the pictures that the assessor mentioned about the additional units, those were added on top of the building at it's 259 and 269, I think. So 269 would have had the additions on top, and those were modern built. But again, you put a 10-year-old structure on top of a building that's 120 years old, you don't get a 30-year-old building. It's still 120 years old, 119. picture on page 2 also shows the protruding balconies, and I have been on these a couple of times in part of my inspections, and I never venture past the threshold. They just are crazy scary. I don't know why they were in place, I guess for smoking areas, but you overlook a busy street in Portage. Certainly not where you go out to relax. And there are no struts on these. They are bolted to the frame, and not really nice, but that's just my take on it. The tenant on the first floor is school exempt, and that was something that we handled as well to change it. This, however, unlike the last property, is a net lease. So whatever income is attributed to it, it doesn't show up on the statements on the expense side for that purpose. So it's nothing that needs adjusting in any way, because if they move out and a new tenant comes in, they'll pay the taxes, so it shouldn't affect the expenses. As to why the income is lower, why the net income is lower, it's if you go through the statements, you can see that gross income declined. I'm looking from 21 to 22, it declined by $40,000, and it declined by $20,000 from 20 to 21. Well, this is the market. There's your answer, the market. And then I keep going on and on to these hearings that things started to suck in 23. Of course they did. Here's a great indication: declining revenues from a downtown apartment building. And we're not going to average that out, because we're working with the reference year of April 1st, 2023. And the clear indication of a decline in income is shown on these statements. Nothing to do with repairs and maintenance. It's just the market. So we worked specifically from the 2022 income and looked at the income generated from it. But in this case, when the stabilization was done, it actually took into account lower overall expenses in 21. So on my page 1, you can see the income was 1182, which was from 2022. Expenses were 602, which is the 3-year average, indicating an NOI for the total building at 580. And which is better than declared from 2022. So it's an appropriate characterization. The expense ratio is kind of skewed off because it includes the office portion as well, but 54%. And the last one we heard, when I finally fixed it all, we were at 60%. Very typical for buildings of this type. Utilities are not offloaded on the tenants because it's impossible to have a self-contained unit in a project like this. So the net income from apartment operations is 580, and then an additional I can't even, sorry, I'm having a problem reading this, and it's just me, not you. Okay, sorry. So the top number is the total earnings of the site. 580,444 is what we've had. And that, as I mentioned, is skewed off in the expense ratio because there's a commercial unit. The commercial unit is paying a net rent, which we had calculated out to 258,000, and we used the 12% vacancy, similar to what the city has, and non-recoverables, because when you look at the statements, there are significant non-recoverables. This is, if you go back to the calculation of the expense ratio with apartment and combined with commercial, and you can see that in this case, the non-recoverables are 54%. We have applied a 5% rate for the allocation for the commercial property, because that's what this building has, is a ton of non-recoverables, and the statements show all of those costs. And it's not just repair and maintenance, but maintaining common areas and insurance on this. And I got to tell you, I did the insurance valuation for this property. So these are quite expensive properties to insure because of the age of them. The insurance company doesn't come and say, "Oh, your effective age is 1990. I can give you a break on it." They go, "You're built in 1905. You're getting nailed with 1905 rates, which are higher." The rest of the world doesn't think in the effective age. The insurance people certainly don't. So our calculation of the NOI from the office portion is 183,000, and I'm sorry, I just want to know if I have to talk about it anymore. I don't know what the assessment has. So yes, we do. So we're a fair bit lower than what the assessment department has on it. We are using actual rents, and this particular actual rent was even on the basis of getting it school tax exempt. And while they were negotiating, we managed to save them, I think, like $3 a foot on the rent, but they still could only get $11.51 for it, and it is what it is. Shortfall, we used 750 on this, so our NOI on that was 183,000, and the balance of the NOI is the apartments at 396,000. We use the same cap rate because it's one building, and these are not just two elements. There's three elements, because interspersed with this within their leases are the rents for the parking. And some of it goes to the school exempt portion, some goes to the residential portion. We did not ask for a breakdown on this when we were requesting the exemption, because the value per square foot is very, very similar, and that would be splitting hairs because there's no specific commercial application here. Dollars and cents, there's no point. But like I said, the building is one building, and a significant portion of the income comes from the office. So an investor is not going to say, "Oh, I think the apartments are better." They don't think that way. Money is money. They said, you got a mixed use, you're downtown, and you have affordable housing. 6 units have been designated in this project as affordable housing. The going in rate was $570 a door, I believe, for the rent. So that equates to about half the rate that they're getting on the rest of it. And there were increases allowed. I think they might now be a little over 600 a door. But it's in order to get the funding, which went to do the conversion, they have to do the allocation, and whatever they spent on building it is gone. It's history. You have to live with the repercussions today. So this lines up very nicely with the 2022 statement as far as actuals, and aside from that, again, it's the capitalization rate. There is a typo here. I don't know why 1930 is stated here for the year built. And it might be a copy from a previous one, because as you can see on our page 4, building 1 built 1906, 271 Portage. There's the original picture without the floors added. And building 2 was built a year prior. It is on the registration. I guess they missed putting it on for your information. So we're using actual income, a cap rate of 7.5, which reflects the negative characteristics of this. And we have the split worked out here. So this is a much neater presentation than the last two. I don't have any changes to make here. This is our requested value, 5.8 292 million for class 20 and 2448 for class 60. The 2023 was recently settled at municipal board, so I don't have the numbers in front of me. But we did come to agreement on it. It wasn't 11.9 total. But that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, any questions?
I just wanted to confirm you're like for the apartment, you're requesting 5,292,000, which is I guess 71,000 per unit and about 3.7 million less than 2023 value.
No, that's not correct. There was an agreement somewhere, and I don't do that work right now at municipal board. My son's doing it, so there's some numbers, and I don't have them in front of me.
Oh, okay, because I think maybe there was a COA in 2020 for a total value of 10,072,000. Does that sound about right?
No, that's a prior year. That's when it was making more money.
Oh, okay, but so that number doesn't sound correct to you.
No. I'm just trying to see. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe it's still open. I'm not sure.
Apparently there's a COA signed in 2020 for 10,072,000.
No, that's not the one I was talking about. I was talking about the 23s.
I think that one's pending.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, 23 is pending, but 2020 was there was a certificate of agreement signed for 10,072,000.
Yeah.
That would be all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Mr. Whitbread?
Are there 2 elevators in the building, Mr. Newfeld?
I think there's 3.
Okay, but that would support your theory that there were 2 buildings here at one time.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to. Okay, I don't think there was an elevator in the original one at 2-story building, 3-story building. It may have been. I think it was a walk-up. I'm just trying to remember because when I went in there, they had the big open stairwell. I think they had to add the elevator when they did the addition to the top, and they may have. I have an answer to that. I just not in my memory though. It's I told you we did a lot of work for this client, and we did an insurance valuation for it, something for CRA on it. 265 Portage. Insurance replacement. I just want to say I got parkade pictures. Oh yeah, right. 2nd level. So the 1st floor is a bi-level space because of the way the buildings don't match up.
So there aren't co-joining hallways between the buildings then?
Well, they had to put, some of them have, the connections have stairs, a couple of levels of stairs to match them up.
Yeah.
Split system with baseboard electric added. Both properties. Here we go. Underground, commercial. I actually have to go see the work up here to see if elevators were added, and we did a cost analysis. Hey, here we go. Elevators. Oh, included. Okay, I don't have a count. I know they have elevators in them. I think it's 3 elevators in total.
Okay. So on the face of it, I'm looking at about 25 apartments with those little tiny balconies on them. Is there a similar face on the other side of the building, another 25? How is that structured?
No, there's I think a number of properties on the one of the upper floors that face the outside, and the assessor has a picture where the picnic tables are. And so some of them have access to the roof through there. But no, those balconies, the only overhang was over the Portage Avenue. Or I guess they thought the back lane looking over the gentleman's club next door wasn't a good view.
I have no further questions.
And I don't have any questions. Mr. Wong, any need of summary?
No, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld?
Again, just the issues are a clear decline in income, which reflects the changing economic times. Its income is down, and the assessment department model is stuck in upward. Everything should go up in value. Well, this is one property clearly went down, and maybe it didn't get plugged into their model. Maybe it didn't fit their system, but it is what it is. You can't make money artificially. And by nature, landlords strive to make money. They don't like to leave anything on the table, and they do a better job at it than the assessment department does. This is as good as they can do, and that's where the difference comes in. The other is cap rate, which is predominantly the application of an effective year, which and I can speak from this directly. When we went to do the insurance value, they laughed at that. Now, I didn't bring it to them, but I explained what the city does, and they laughed at it. They said, that's ridiculous. You don't change the effective date. All your major elements are still from 1905. So we reject that whole notion of it for any form of valuation. But I already said all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on to number 6 on the list of 279 Portage Avenue. Mr. Wong, if you could introduce the property and give us the evidence on your brief, please.
Okay. The subject property is 279 Portage Avenue. The file number is 24-4331. The roll number is 130-523-01500. The roll year is 2025. The assessed value for the class code 60T is $290,000, and for the 20T is $6,177,000 for a total of $6,467,000. This is a residential multi-use property that's 9 stories high. It was built in 1911, and we have an effective year built of 1921. There are 64 suites with no outdoor parking. On page 2 is the sales history of the subject property. It was sold for $2.5 million in 2016. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some interior pictures of the subject property. On page 5 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $925 to get a potential income of $711,000. We used a 4.3% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $680,000, and we used a 50% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $336,000. Capped at 5.45%, we have an estimated market value of $6,177,000, which is about $96,000 per unit. For the office portion, the model is estimated net operating income of $17,000. Capped at 6%, the estimated market value is $290,000. On page 7 are some rent comparables, showing that the rents we've applied are in line with what's in the market. On page 8 are some comparable leases that range from $8 to $21, which supports the model's assigned rate of $9 and $10. On page 9 and 10 is information on how we derived our cap rates and some cap rate sales. On page 12 is the permit that was taken out for the property. The declared construction value is $4 million. So at the top of my page 12, if you add the sale price and the permit value, which is 2.5 million plus $4 million, that's $6.5 million, which supports the assessed value at $6,467,000. On page 13 is the income statement supplied by the owners. And the remainder of my brief are also income statements supplied by the owner. So the NOI for 2019, 20, 21, and 23, they exceeded the models. It came in at about 350,000, the NOI for those years. This supports the model's estimated NOI at 354,000. And when you look at the how much money has been put into the property, with the sale price of the property and the permit value totaling $6.5 million, I believe this supports the assessed value at $6,467,000, and I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $6,467,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, I'm just looking on page, page 12, the date. Okay, never mind. That was 2017 permit was issued. And do you have the closing date on this?
The closing date of
the permit?
I do not.
Okay, I'm just, I know it was a substantially long period for it, and I just, you don't have that date. You for statements you have on page 13, you've got the 2022. Oh, sorry, I didn't read ahead. 2021. Okay. And again, this building historically designated, correct?
I'm not
Or
sure.
not sure. Okay. And major renovation occurred at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
How come this one, the actual year, it would just only change by 10 years to the effective year?
I'm not sure. It was probably, once again, there's probably some judgment involved, and I'm not sure why that was reflected as a 1921. But as far as I can tell, there have been substantial improvements to this property to make it into an apartment building.
Right, but we've just been marching through a couple of these historical buildings, and they've all got changed 80 years younger. This one was only 10. You don't know why then, do you?
No, I'm not sure why. But I guess the main thing is like the resulting estimated value is I would say very reasonable, and I guess in the end that's what we're after.
Well, my clients asked me to ask you this question, if that they're after getting the age right. Don't think that's leads to getting the value right?
I'm sure there might be some differences in terms of the value if the effective age was a little bit different. But when you look at the value, I feel that it is fair, and it might even be a little bit low. I'm not sure. Do you know if I'm not sure if your clients feel that this value is too low relative to what it's actually worth.
On page 5, is this all from the model?
I believe it is.
Okay. And was there a summary of that? No, I guess not. So the total income, 353,000, and I'm just reading their statements on page Like these are very difficult statements. Page 14, they're saying 273,000. Is there, did you take a look at this?
Yeah, it might be, I think it was a bit of a low year. But like when I look at the previous years, their NOI exceeded 350,000. So it does appear to be in line with what the model is estimated.
Okay, so you predicted my next question. We have another building that had declining income. Any reason for it?
I'm not sure.
Um, and on the cap rate side, were you pointing at any of these comparables on page 10?
No, but I believe if you look at them in totality, that they do support what the model is estimated in terms of a cap rate.
You have 677 Maryland listed here, and I know you mentioned in the last appeal, this sold 3 times in that period, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you read the MLS listing on that property that there was a vendor take-back mortgage available?
I did not.
Okay. No more questions, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, questions?
Just the one, and it follows Mr. Newfield's, because I too looked at this property, and I don't see that as a 1921 property. As you look at the photos that you provided, Mr. Wong, how would one address changing that? Is that the responsibility of the property owner, or is that something the city should be doing an inspection of and making a change?
What type of change are you referring to?
1990, 2010, a different effective rate.
I mean, it would be, I mean, I'm not sure how we could potentially address that. I'd like to think that the important thing with regards to this valuation is the estimate of value. Is the estimate of value a fair estimate of value? And you know, you can look at all the details involved and adjust all the little details a little bit up, a little bit down. But if the final estimate of value is fair and equitable, then I feel that that's kind of what we're after. And like in this particular case, like we're coming in at about 96,000 a unit. And if you look at the pictures on page 4 and ask maybe someone if it might be worth 96,000 a unit, I think they would probably say yes, and they might even be inclined to say that it might be worth a little bit more than that. So that's why I feel like, you know, with regards to the effective year built, I mean, we can adjust that a little bit. That might affect the overall value a little bit, either up or down, depending on what property we're looking at. But like I said, when you look at the final estimate of value with the effective year built that we have, the final estimate of value, it appears to be reasonable, especially when you look at the sales per unit on some of my cap rate sales. In some of the poorer areas, it might be 57 to 87,000 a unit, but in the outside of the poorer areas, they typically range from about 100,000 to 150,000 a unit. And so, like in this particular case, us coming in at about 100,000 per unit, and when you look at the units and the condition that they're in, I feel that the final estimate of value is reasonable, even with the effective year built being 1921.
I hear what you're saying, but by the same thinking, then might I not look at this and say, geez, a 1921-year-old building, age of building, and location, that's going to affect my thinking as evaluator about the cap level that's being used here. So I'm going to round that cap level way up and drop the value. And maybe this was a speculator who got into this building and he overshot. I mean, he bought it for 2.5 million, not expecting he was gonna put 4 million in. It's actually worth 3.5 million or 3 million at the end of the day. Could I not follow that same line of thinking?
Well, I don't think they would have bought it for, I believe they spent the 2.5 million with the intention of converting it to apartment buildings.
Yes, but maybe I thought I only had to spend 1 million on it, not what I ended up spending. Now, I just want to ask you, did they spend the additional 4 million or was it 4 in total? I think your note said it was 4 plus 2.5. Is that correct?
Yeah, the permit says a declared construction value of 4 million.
Okay, so 6.5.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
Asked and answered, thank you.
I don't have any questions at the moment. Mr. Neufeld, please, your evidence.
Okay, so sorry, I was just plugging in one thing here. Make sure that I don't have to backtrack myself here. The property was actually there's some changes in the planning of it as it went along, and I was asking questions about when the permits were closed because just looking at this here that it did take like I figured it was about 2 years to complete the project, but they had major delays and they actually had a change in focus. They took over, it was called the Black and McDonald building. It was an old office and their thoughts at the time weren't always to go multifamily with it, but there was hope to have more retail in the first, office on the second, and then transition to multifamily, and that didn't happen. So they had to re-demise it, rechange it from their original plan, and it cost them a bit more money. And there is a paper trail on that in the permit request, because 2016 was the first one was to do a renovation, and then 2016 they were talking about changing floors 3, 5, 6, and 7, but not a use. The first usage change popped in May of 2017. So that explains the extra costs that they had to put into it. Again, we're not chasing costs here. It's just, it's kind of prejudicial when someone brings out the permit costs without actually knowing something about them. But there is a paper trail. I knew what had happened. I was just trying to make sure the board had something to rely on, that it's not just my saying, it's in permits. The property again is showing decline in value, and I don't understand our numbers again. But if you read these statements, they're very, very strange statements. In every building operator has a different style, and it's our responsibility to understand them all. This is the 4th different one we've had today. So this particular operator puts in capitalized costs and then takes them out. So we have to go through this and make several adjustments, but it's just a calculator work to do. When you look at our page 1, the 2022 NOI is incorrect. It was actually 260,224. The 21 is understated. It was 353,648. And the 20 was understated. It was 334,652. Regardless, it's showing the same pattern as the neighbor down the street, which is declining revenue as the years went on. The last year being 260,224 in NOI. The calculation that was done here was a reliance on 2020 by the looks on it, and I think that's actually very close to the 3-year average, which I was just trying to get ready The 3-year average is 315,666. This is too small for us to change, so I'm not going to touch it. But restate the actual 2022 as indicated in the statements is 260,224, declining. We're going to stick with 319,520 because it's very close to the 3-year mean. It's not an expense factor, obviously. It's not an expense factor if you read the statements, but I think that these are difficult to read. However, just maybe if I point out where I got the 260 from is the same one that the assessor has on his page 13, 14, and 15, and going to page 14, it's 273,446, and you'll note that there's capitalized assets that are in brackets but above their been added. So that's what I'm saying. Well, this is what they do: is they put them in, then they take them out. The only line item that doesn't belong there is the property tax appeal rebate. That was from a prior period, and that was had to do with the actually while they were under construction, that the city had it assessed. Bringing us back to the argument you've heard earlier today, the city had it assessed without permits in place, and we said we should just make that land value, and everyone agreed in the end. But that's a prior period adjustment. So that's why we have 260,224 on there, and I don't see anything else that I would see above that line that doesn't belong, that hasn't been accounted for on all of this. I don't want to get this wrong. No. You'll note that that they show residential discounts and vacancies, and that what that is again, everybody does their books differently. There's a registration at residential tenancies branch. You register your rent. What you charge doesn't have to equal what you register. That's the maximum in the registry. If you want to go request an increase later, you've been pre-approved to that level. And because this was a recently renovated project, they established their registered rents after the renovation. And but again, it's actual income that we're looking at, not potential income 5 years from now. So then that just leaves us with a capitalization rate. And again, the issues are all the same as you've heard. Page 3 of my report shows you the registration at historical, and doesn't look much different than the current picture on page 2. And the capitalization rates are again a similar issue in this respect. I think we have this all down as bachelor units, and I just want to make sure we're not in disagreement here, that these are all bachelor units, and that has to do with the building footprint, and I would say office conversion, much like 228 Notre Dame. When you have an office footprint and you want to do a conversion, you're already burdened with the halls and the stairs as they are, and it is a relatively small footprint.
Sorry, I just want to say that like it says 17 bachelors and 48 one-bedrooms, just so you.
Okay. Oh, well, that's even worse. Okay. So 64 units. Yeah. Thanks for that help, because I was just looking for it. Yes, I see it. So 16 bachelor, 48 one-bedroom. So again, we're missing the 2-bedroom component, which most investors like to see a good mix of 1s and 2s. Bachelors are certainly negatives, and that went into our concern. Year built, of course, nothing changes that. And the first floor retail, it's the same problem that all the buildings we're talking about today have, is that what's tends to be in common with the properties you've seen so far is the first floors are going to institutions, charities, etc. Nobody wants first floor retail, first floor office in and around Portage Avenue, in and around the downtown area, especially the Exchange District, North Portage. That's a negative. There's no more walk-in traffic, and the mere fact that, oh, look at that great picture, page 2, Dollarama is next door. That's a deal killer for most retailers. They don't want to be beside a Dollarama. That just leads us to look for a higher capitalization rate because it's going to be difficult rented. You're going to drop your rents until you get a charity in there or somebody who's doing services in the area. And that's not a slur on anybody. That's just what the buildings are going to get. So that's why we went to the cap rate we did. And this one is 6.75%. It's got that's my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Newfield. Mr. Wong, questions?
Yeah, just same thing where you're requesting a value of 4,734,000, which works out to 74,000 a unit and 2.3 million less than 2023. Is that correct?
That's why the legislators told us to reassess every 2 years. Yes. And that's a reflection of its earning capability, not on a value of a per unit basis. That's a misleading application of valuation.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, questions?
And is 2023 still under appeal?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're going to ask me another question. I already know it.
What the value was?
No, the breakdown in classes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I stopped preparing these reports a few years ago, and so sometimes I'm a little slow here on the mark. Yeah, that's all in. So it has to be a breakout value.
The 4734 is all in.
Yeah.
So you have to take the 290. You're agreeing to the 290?
Sorry, I just want to check one thing before I say. They're having 34,000 rent. The city's applied, and let's just see what they're getting. They're getting more than that, but looks like it's gross. Yeah, we'd agree to the 290. So that leaves our residential at
4444.
I'm honest with you, the assessors understated the rent, but given us a poor cap rate. So I look like it's pretty even. The residential class 20 would be 44,440,000.
Okay.
And class 60 would be 290,000.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
No, and I don't have any questions. Mr. Wong, is there a need for a summary?
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at at the way that you guys broke out the class 20 and 60 is that you just removed the 290 from the 4,734,000. But I was just looking at the income for 2013, and it doesn't appear to be any commercial income. And I think we've reflected it by using a 25% vacancy in our valuation. But I think the numbers that the applicant has indicated are kind of for the resident, for the classical 20 only. So I'm not sure if it's the most correct thing to do to remove the commercial value from it when the income wasn't included in that value.
Okay, so what page are you saying there's no commercial income?
13.
13. Let me just get there, because I'm looking at page 13, and it says commercial rent actual 68,400. Oh, then it's all vacancy. I get you. Yeah, right.
So that's why I wasn't sure about just removing it straight up from the number that you had
Oh,
calculated.
yeah, because I have it as 0 on the income sheet, and I see what you're saying. Yeah. Hmm. So what you're suggesting is that perhaps they should have applied at least would you suggest, okay, the income we have stated here is just the residential portion then? Yeah, okay. You know what, when I read it, I didn't see that the journal entry below it at 0. And I think you're right. So let's just switch tactics and add that as a separate number of 290. 4734 is residential only, class 20, and we didn't declare it, so now this fixes that and adds it in. So the total value of 5,024,000, 5024. So 4734 class 20, 290,000 class 60.
Okay, sorry, that was just something that.
Yeah, no, it's a fair comment. I agree with it. And by the way, I'm not stupid. I have an eye problem and I can't read these things very well.
Okay, sorry, that's everything.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, anything in addition for summary?
No, I mean, I'm always happy to come to a fair number, and I'm glad that Mr. Wong picked that up on that. We don't want anything unfair. But what is unfair is taking old buildings and calling them new and saying people will pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to the last matter on the list then, that being 1830 Portage Avenue, street address.
Is it possible to have 1 minute?
Maybe 5 minutes, please.
Okay,
Please.
we've been going pretty good. So
Yeah.
let's come back at 1:35. We'll take 6.5 minutes and start again at 1:35. Thank you very much. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we can turn to number 7 on the docket. That being street address 1830 Portage Avenue. Mr. Wong, can you please present your evidence on this property?
The subject property is 1830 Portage Avenue. The file number is 24-4255. The roll number is 070-213-33000. The roll year is 2025, and the assessed value for the class code 60T portion is 148,000, and for the 20T portion is 1,140,000, for a total of 1,288,000. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 3 stories high. It was built in 1952, and it has 12 suites with 6 indoor parking stalls and 2 outdoor parking stalls. On page 2 are is the sales history for the subject property. It sold most recently in 2016 for $975,000. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. It's west of Polo Park Shopping Center on Portage. On page 4 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $879 to get a potential income of $126,000. We use a 2.6% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $123,000. And we use a 54% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $56,000. Capped at 4.95%, we have an estimated market value of $1,140,000, which is about $95,000 per unit. For the retail, the model has estimated a net operating income of $8,000, capped at 5.8%. The estimated market value is $148,000. On page 6 are some comparable sales, or sorry, comparable rents that show that the rents that we've applied are in line with what's in the market. And on page 7 are some comparable leases that range from $15 to $21, which supports the $13 that the model has applied for the subject property. On page 8 and 9 is information on how we derived our cap rates and some cap rate sales to substantiate the model's cap rate. On page 11 and 12 is the income statement supplied by the owner. In this case, the model rent is supported by the market and is in line with the actual rents, and the commercial rent is supported by the market rents. The actual expenses for 2022 are at 73%, which I don't feel is representative of market. The model expenses at 54% is a reasonable, considering the market is typically 50% for this type of property. The cap rate is in line and supported by market sales, and comparable sales range from maybe 100 to 125K per unit, which supports the assessed value for the subject property at 95,000 per unit. So having said that, I ask that you maintain the assessed value at 1,288,000.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. Sorry, I'm gonna just. Oh, sorry. Find your document. Did you show a sale of this property? Yes, you did, on January 4th, 2016. Do any of your mailers after that date actually show income for the commercial portion? I'm just wondering where it came from.
Pardon me?
Well, I'm looking, for example, your page 11. There's no breakdown or rent or anything for this for commercial unit, is there?
It doesn't appear so.
And on page 12, just to confirm that the owner is listing themselves as Gopher Enterprises. Did you check to see if that was they are one and the same with the numbered company 7256150?
No.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at here is that in the past, this place was owner occupied, and the owner maintained a shop in the back for painting, and no dispute there. But after Gopher Smith Agencies, after they bought it, I think it was converted to storage. And do you have any information to the contrary, and maybe an inspection or something?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so you don't. So then again, let's get back to my question. What sort of information are you providing the board to indicate that the space is a commercial occupation?
Well, it's what we have on record. I mean, if you're indicating that it's not the case, we can go out and inspect it.
Yeah. Yeah, but you haven't presented anything to the board then today, then, have you? This is what you have.
No. I mean, like I said, if you're indicating that it's storage, we can go and take a look at it to update our records.
Yeah. Okay. And sorry, I have to get back to your form. I was just trying to research that. So everything you presented here is model generated? The valuation, is it?
I believe so, yes. Sure, can
Okay.
you just hold on for 1 sec, please?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so I was asking about the model, that this is all prepared by the model.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so in 2022, they're saying approximately 33,698 in NOI, and I take it that you made your mention that you thought that that was inappropriate, and you're using the model derived rate of 56,439.
Yeah, yeah. No, I guess in appraisals that I've seen, and you would, if something seems out of line, you're trying to value something, you would probably utilize a more market rate. And so 73% is not definitely not normal for this this age of property. So, but the rate of 54% that the model has applied is a little bit more representative of market. So I felt it was fair.
Okay, and in your evidence, you put in the 2022 mailer, and it appears that's the only one you've put in. And for some of the other properties, you put in some historical numbers. What do the historical numbers show? Do you have them handy?
I do not.
Okay. So we haven't done an analysis of the typical target here, maintenance and repair.
No.
Okay. I, sorry, I'm just was this was a bit surprising, so I just I'll be finished very shortly. So the cap rate then for the apartment side is 4.95%, and your table rate, this is the summary on page 8. Is that correct?
Sorry, what was the question?
Your apartment cap rate on this is 4.95%, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And page 8 is your summary of the model. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How many sales in the model came from the period of, say, December of 2021 to April 1st, 2023?
I'm not sure about the sales that went into the model.
Are there any?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about any of the sales that went into the model, whether there was some or not.
All right. Would this be called a low rise?
You can see on our page 8, there's no differentiation between low rise and high rise.
No, but the subject of the property itself would this
I would
be
consider it. I would consider it a low rise.
okay? And the people who sell apartment blocks, Colliers and Cushman, they didn't put a number that low on their low rise, did they?
It doesn't appear so.
Okay. And
Although CB, I guess maybe CBRE did.
they have a low rise B 5 to 5.25.
Yeah.
Not now when these companies do their estimates on there, do they consider properties like 1830 Portage?
I'm not sure what sales went into their report.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, questions?
I have nothing, thank you.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes, just one I have. Hang on a second here. I gotta find the right ones. So in your income that you have, your gross potential rent income, 126,711, which is on page 4. Have you allocated anything for, because on the questionnaire on page, just a second here. where it's asking on page 12, what's included in the rent. It says heat, water, appliances. It does not tick off parking, but if you look further down, you can see there's about approximately close to $39,000 worth of income in actual parking, and the rent is almost around 140. And I understand that yours is a model.
Yeah.
But have you taken any consideration into the income for the parking?
The model rent that is utilized, it includes other income such as parking.
Okay, so yeah, okay, because you're almost at like 78,000 versus your model at 120, what was it, 127?
Yeah, like their potential is at about
120.
180,000
Yeah,
according to their page 12, but I
yes.
guess on their page 11 it indicates that their income is 124,000. So I'm thinking potentially that potential income on the page 12 is their registered rent and not the actual rent. It's either that or maybe they have an owner occupied unit. I don't know.
Okay. So it could
But
be a caretaker suite or whatever, right?
Well, yeah. I'm not really too sure, or whether it's due to the actual vacancy being significantly lower. It's hard. We can't say just by looking at these two sheets. We'd have to talk with the property owner. But the mailer is indicating about 124 to 5,000, and the model is estimating about 123,000 in effective gross income.
Okay. Have you inspected the property at all?
I have not.
See, has there been any upgrades that you're aware of? Any permits that have been taken out?
Not that I can tell.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I have some questions about the commercial. There's 727 square feet allocated.
Yep.
I see immediately south of the building on your map, there
Yep.
appears to be a back lane running east-west.
Yep.
Looking at the picture immediately above that, there appears to be separate buildings immediately south. Is one of those, or is that building the commercial part of this property, or is there a rental suite somewhere inside that doesn't appear on, that at least doesn't appear readily from the picture?
Yeah, I can't say for certainty, but it appears that side building that you do see is the space that is the 700 square feet that we have on record, and attached to that particular building is the indoor parking, is the garage. Sorry, I guess I'm looking at an overhead view of it right now, but there's a strip building on the back, and on the side of that building, I believe that's where the retail space is, and attached to that is the parking, the 6 indoor parking stalls. So I believe that is the retail space, that what you see in the on my page 3.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further. Mr. Neufeld, your evidence, please.
Just a redirect here. You were talking about the parking stalls. You're listing 6 indoor, 2 outdoor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where are these outdoor stalls located?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Do you have an overhead view of this? Maybe we can refer to?
I'm looking at it, and I'm not sure of where those spots would be, because it appears that the building, the garage and the retail space, it appears to be taking up the back portion of it. So I'm actually not sure where those outdoor spots are.
That was my question. It doesn't look like there are any. Like we had a picture on our page 2 which shows a car parked in front of the commercial building on the grass. So okay, that I just wanted to see if we could clarify. That's all. Sorry about that. I'm ready to move on.
Thank you. Your evidence, please.
Okay, so I'm really slow. I finally figured out why we have all these properties as they are today. These are mixed use with the apartment with a commercial portion of it. They, this property is owned by Smith Agency, who purchased it from the former owner, who they were managing for. So the transaction was not an arm's length transaction. The former owner still. I did finally confirm he's still using the space, so I'm not disagreeing that the space doesn't have rental value. So it's the former owner using it for his painting and decorating business, and that's in the sort of an office portion. The attached part are garages for parking. So we actually, I know we put down 8, but it's 6 garage parking, and it looks like 2 probably not legal parking stalls on the grass, because as you know, as we all know, there are setbacks on properties lines that you can't go on, and so it looks to me like they're a bit encroaching on these because the setbacks are side yard 8 feet and interior side yard is 8 feet, corner side yard is 20 feet. So they're not legal parking stalls, but hopefully nobody cares. They're only 6. The income we are using is based on the statements, and so the old owner is paying rent on his site, and it is included in the rent that was submitted. Again, this company I told them, give the assessor what you've got. Don't make up numbers, just provide it. And on our page 1, we have the summary, and we did make one adjustment, and that's to the R&M for 2022. It was listed at 31,752, and we adjusted it downwards by 15,000 because we do have 16 years of statements on this, and it did peak in that year. So we changed 91,000 in expenses to 76,000 to stabilize, because as you can see, that 76,000 more closely aligns with expenses in previous years. And the other point of note is the income is down, and what the directly from the owner is that there has been a decline in revenue in multifamily in the few years preceding 2023, and it's because there has been more development happening and more apartments available and increased competition, increased vacancy. So it has declined. The comments I made on the earlier properties are proof of this happening, and what has been mitigating it is our refugees, because we're getting Ukrainian refugees and Syrian refugees, and it has helped with, at least for the landlords, it's given them some recovery on tenants. But as you can see from this particular site, they peaked in 21, which was one batch of refugees, and it began to slide in 22. And from previous years, I have all the statements in front of me. They are also down from income from previous years. It's something that again, people rarely discuss and talk about, but because these are social issues. But we're just talking about business here, and the social issues translate to earnings for landlords. They're down. What we ended up doing in this case was, rather than typically we've been stabilizing in past years with the last years of income, because there's always been income growth. There hasn't been this year, so these were stabilized on an average of the 3 years. As where the expenses were stabilized on the lowest one, because we identified a cycle of high R&M costs. And that gave us our NOI of 59,923, and that is the total site. The cap we selected, I think, is probably, well, the issues with this property are, of course, it's short on parking stalls, but bylaw calls 1.4 parking stalls per apartment stall, which means that they need 18 parking stalls. However, unlike the one we discussed earlier on Cathcart, if this gets sold, they keep this illegal non-conforming use because we're not changing the usage to something else. So it's not a major factor, but it is a minor factor on the cap rate side. We look at it as a inhibition to earn income because you can't. There's no point doing a renovation to attract people who can afford to pay more rent because they own cars and we have no place to park them. That's in plain language what the issue is here. I think that some of these were, I personally wouldn't cap this high. And just to point out, some of the ones we're looking at on our page 38, the bottom two were purchased by the same company. So in the reference years, now one of the purchases didn't go through in the reference year, but it was listed for sale during that time. So they only got it, they bought it later after another sale fell through. But I think it's pertinent in fact that was the asking at 5.89. And the other one was a sale that closed in March of 23. And it took forever to remove restrictions, but the deal was cut in March, 6.04. So this particular owner, this is their target for cap rates current as of the reference year. So I would put a 6% on this property as well, as it fits with their particular model. Now the difficulties we have with it is we have no idea what the rent is in the unit, the other unit, but I'll stumble through this. So 59923, I think should be at 6%, which comes to a total value of 998,716 and 717, rounded to 999,000. As far as the split to Class 60, and again, this is our shortcoming here. The people preparing this don't have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. But I just to give you a fair analysis of it, I'm just looking at something. I think the assessor's income is probably appropriate. However, nobody caps at 5.8 using the same rate because it's the same building. I mean, 8562, not much of a difference. 143. So our calculation is a total value of 999,000. The Class 60 is 143,000. The Class 20 is 856,000. And yes, it is still under appeal at municipal board. That's a different battle. That's my presentation. I guess I always get asked to repeat it, so I'll do it right now without asking. Class 20, 856,000. Class 60, 143,000. Total 999,000.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Wong, questions?
No questions.
Ms. Schultz, questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Whitbread? Questions?
I have none, thank you.
And I have no questions. Mr. Wong, any summary?
I guess maybe I would like to summarize a little bit, but if you would, I guess, indulge me with going back to our first property with that $2 million adjustment. It was a $2,112,000 adjustment.
Yes.
But just opening the door here, you know
No,
what?
I think the summary is with respect to this property. We have the evidence. We're not gonna start going back onto each property or we'll be here for days.
Oh, no. I don't plan to
So-
do that. It's just that one property with that unique situation and that unique adjustment.
I think we've heard the evidence with respect to that. Questions were asked on. I've made notes with respect, and I'm sure the other panel members have as well. So I think we're just gonna deal with the last property here. If there's a summary with respect to that property, then happy to hear it, but we're not gonna go back on any other properties. Thank you.
Okay, no, I understand. It's just that, yeah, I just sort of looked at the numbers and the adjustment, I guess, added up when I looked at it the second time. I didn't quite get it, but if we're not able to go back to it, then that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, just to sort of summarize, with all the properties that we've heard today, I don't like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with how the applicant has gone about things. You know, because in valuation you can go about it in different ways, and so I think maybe he's gone about it one way and I've gone about it a slightly different way. But what I'd like to say is that because all the values that the applicant or seeking are in the neighborhood of say 20,000 a unit to maybe 70,000 a unit, whereas all the values that the department has presented is in the 100 and 110,000 per unit mark. I feel that it's more representative of an accurate market value. Even in the applicant's evidence is suggesting that apartment units range from about $116,000 in his cap rate evidence to $281,000. And I think that our estimates of value fall more in line with those market sales, those real market sales and real indications of value. I feel that our estimates of value are more in line with those market sales and are a little bit more accurate than what the applicant has presented. And I ask you to take that into consideration when you make your decision today.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld.
Well, with all due respect, we can't change the method of valuation just because it suits our purposes. And we use the income approach because it's the fairest indicator of what value is. It's also the thing upon which people buy and sell properties. Unless you're buying it purely for renovation, then you do focus on a rate per door because that's a capital cost going in. And the going in NOI on a reno project is irrelevant. But for a functioning property, it's just the income. And I'll let you in on a little secret about my practice. I don't chase normal properties as clients. I chase unusual ones, the ones who don't fit into the system, who don't fit into the model, because they have unique issues that have to be dealt with. And I have to tell you, it's a very pleasing feeling I have not to simply appear before you to beg for lower values. I like to represent people who have real issues. They don't fit the model. I'm not saying I'm good or anything, but it's a nice business model too. But all of the properties you've heard today are just like that. And our last one, we finally hit upon a more traditional property. Unlike the historical designation ones, the ones where somebody messed up the effective years and think that counts, it doesn't. This is just a simple apartment, period. And this particular client has proven he's a buyer at 6%. That's the main thing. This is an actual buyer. This isn't somebody sitting in the back room figuring out cap rates and telling you This is what I figured the cap rate out to be. These are people who are involved in the business, who make decisions. He wants a minimum of 6%. And he doesn't buy these historical ones either, but for a normal style of apartment, that's the target. They had 2 in there. And then as far as the income goes, you can't argue with the income earned. It's the greatest indicator of market value is how much money you actually make. If the assessment department likes to put these hypothetical rates on, my clients always say the same thing. Well, then buy them for us for that rate. We'd be glad to sell them to you. But they don't make that sort of money. And that's why we have a board of revision to try and straighten out these imperfections in this. And that's all there is. That they're very broad, deep today, I think that's an indication that these are all unusual. And most of them are under appeal at the municipal board. And there's this reluctance. Oh, they're up at the board. Well, maybe we shouldn't touch it. That's not fair to the taxpayer. These are real valid concerns, and we tend to prevail in the long run. And I don't mean that in any manner other than that when we do a full review, we know we've always brought something forward that's relevant, and I hope you see it the same way. Thank you very much for your patience. It's been a long day. It's Friday. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Having heard all the matters, we will conclude this hearing, and thank you for your time, Mr. Wong, Mr. Neufeld, and the decisions will be mailed to you shortly. Very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone.
you.
Rocky, have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
We'll take us on.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ian, might I suggest a 12 to 15-minute break? I have to feed my diabetes.
Yes, can we take, what time is it now? 2, why don't we come back around 2,
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
no,
Yeah. What time?
2:25?
Yeah, okay, good.
Thank you,
'Cause
I
I gotta
appreciate
feed
it.
myself too.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.